There we go.
Okay, we'll just do that. Okay, good morning, everybody. Thanks everyone for being here. It's 8:36 and we have a work session this morning to discuss our capital improvement projects, including the Community Justice Center, renovations, expansion and consideration of the current courthouse campus, some airport improvements, potential airport business park, and other aspects in our PROS department, Parks, Rec, and Open Space. We're gonna start with the Community Justice Center project. We have a lot of our experts here. This is to answer questions and present the work that we had asked them to do on all opportunities or options, I guess, for us as the board and the county to consider on a new site and our current site. So this is, we have a lot of information that's been shared with us, but this is really mostly new information, I think, and Commissioner Fiedler, I'll offer for you to make any other kind of opening comments since you've been working so closely with the project.
Yeah, well, thank you. Sorry for being a few minutes late. And maybe just like super quick, like how we got here, or I don't know, like deep. I mean, the county, we have been trying to do this for 25 years. You know, it's just been a really hard project. You know, this is our probably largest building, heavily used building to provide services for the community. It's 70 years old, and any pathway forward is going to be sort of basically hard and expensive. So if there was an easy option, we wouldn't have spent 5 years or 25 years, you know, trying to figure it out. And then most recently, I think and again, sorry, Colleen, if I'm going into history, you're gonna cover, but I think, you know, back in 2015, you know, we failed with a bond vote to, you know, take a stab at it then. And that has led us to, you know, procuring the site for potential new build, and then, you know, studying what can be done there and what it costs. And then obviously that, you know, that huge cost escalation and other challenges has led us to consider other options. So just, I don't, you know, that sort of very rapid fire history, this has been a long time coming. And again, I don't think, you know, at that point for me that there's no good or easy or obvious option here. So that's why we're here, to get lots of information.
Alright.
Thanks, Commissioner Fiedler. That's a good point of departure of where we are today. As you know, we've been moving towards design on the Monroe site for the new Justice Center. We've also been hitting some of the probably most steep construction cost escalation market that I know I've seen in my 25-year career, especially being in a place like Leadville. Costs to build even increase more because of the workforce for a project of this nature, to bring them in from out of town. So we were going through the design process on the Monroe site, started getting information on costs. They ended up being pretty steep, so you know, at Tim's direction, Commissioner Fiedler's direction, we took a little bit of a pause to say, you know, we haven't done a real in-depth study of this building and what could this building provide if we needed to utilize it for some of the services that you need, and knowing that the detention is super hot right now, and what does that look like from a timeline. So just doing a deeper dive on some other options and comparing them to the Monroe Street option was basically the exercise that we're presenting to you today. The county engaged architecture firm through a competitive RFP. A GSG architecture was selected to do the study of this particular site. So we're calling it a master plan of this site, and it really was just, it's pretty conceptual of things that could happen here if the commissioners so desire. 23 slides, sounds like you have a really packed agenda, so I will go through them fairly quickly, but please stop me if I'm going too fast.
Yeah, we don't, I mean, I don't think this is something we have to rush.
Okay.
No.
I think you just have to scroll down.
Or click on it? Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay. As you know, we're sitting here in the current county building, courthouse and jail. Everybody knows the history here that the jail was closed in 2019, and right now there's some holding cells that we did some renovation on about a year ago. But I believe, Sheriff Speckman, they can only be held for 48 hours in the current cell, so it's not a long-term solution. And then all of the, detainees are sent to other places that can house the detainees at a cost to the county in multiple ways. We've been looking at a few different solutions. One is to build new at the Monroe site. The other is to build and remodel on the site that we're here at. And the other is kind of a hybrid that the Commissioner Fiedler asked us to look into, as far as can we address the critical needs for detention, law enforcement at the Monroe site as a first phase, and then eventually build the court piece out at that site. So this is a rendering of the new Justice Center. Just have a couple of them. This has gone through our full construction documents, and this is what it would generally look like from Harrison looking at the Justice Center front. And this is just a different angle of the front entry of the Justice Center as designed at the Monroe site. Just a recap on where we've been with design. We started schematic design and pricing back in the summer, fall of 22. We received that first round of pricing back from FCI Constructors and realized we were probably on the wrong path from a standpoint of costs, with everything, all the desires in there programmatically. So the commissioners had to make some difficult decisions about reducing the footprint. We were no longer able to keep some of the program that they wanted to have over at the Justice Center site because of costs, and we ended up reducing actually an entire floor basically off of the court side of things for the project, to try to continue to keep things as close to within feasible budget as possible. We moved into design development, which is our next phase of design, in the winter last year. And then when we received pricing in the spring, we received a direction from the county to pause because costs were not coming in line, even with the reduction in square footage. So we decided to kind of take the step back, look at this building. That's when GSG was brought on in the summer to start doing an analysis here and see what was possible. Then the county decided to continue to move forward with the construction documents, get the entire Justice Center at Monroe Street fully designed. So we did that through the summer and recently just finished that up. And then GMP is called a guaranteed maximum price, and we have received a GMP estimate from FCI Constructors as of Tuesday evening. We have not yet vetted all of the costs in there, but in general, that's pretty accurate costs that you're going to see on the Justice Center at Monroe Street. If the commissioners want to proceed with building the new Justice Center, our best case scenario on schedule would be, this is a repeat. Sorry about that. But I do know where we would be. So we would be submitting for a building permit here very quickly with the city, and finishing the city's zoning process simultaneously while we're submitting for the building permit, because we have permit documents for the most part. We would be working through a few entitlement processes with History Colorado, with the Section 106, with federal, and with CDOT. But we know what those entail, and we know what we need to do. CDOT actually should be fairly straightforward with an access permit. We don't have to develop any kind of roundabout or any kind of traffic signal at that bend in the road. So we've been moving forward with CDOT as well. We would break ground then in the spring of 2024, and construction would be complete by the fall of 2025. So as far as our options, given that we have spent all the time designing the project, this would be our quickest way to get your goals met on detention and courts from that standpoint. And it ends up actually being the most cost effective, because we are because we already designed and we don't have to take a step back and design, but we'll get to all those options. We had some opportunities and challenges here, and we'll share this slide deck with all of you to review. Of course, we're best addressing all the needs of the courts, detention, law enforcement, and the community if we build a new one, which has been the goal for some few decades now, I think, in the community. It's probably the most long-term solution and ultimately cost-effective over time, because when you build a new building, you get about a 50-year building at a minimum. When you remodel, you get less time before you need to really consider more money into a renovated project. Although those timelines are getting better for sure, with codes increasing and making renovations a little bit more sturdy, so to speak. We've already identified our logistical obstacles because we've been working on this for a long time. It's the most shovel ready, as I mentioned, complete by late 25. And there are opportunities for grants, which I believe the underfunded courts grant has been submitted for this particular project. And there might be other grant opportunities for sustainability and some other state and or federal grants available. Our upfront estimated cost, and this is all in, and this includes dollars that have already been spent to date, is $65.7 million. I know that's a shocking number. Unfortunately, we have just seen costs rise over the last, since, the pandemic, and things are not coming back down. And I have not seen in my career a decline in overall construction costs. Sometimes labor goes up, sometimes materials go up, the commodity prices drop, but then labor continues to go up. So, overall, there's definitely still going to be some sort of a positive curve of escalation. We're hoping it will be shallowing out, but it probably will not go negative is what we're seeing. We've finished the design for the most part. We still have Monroe Street, some things to work out there as how the alignment will come off of that street for the Justice Center access. We still have to go through the city planning finalization process there with their zoning, which has a lot to do with the Monroe Street alignment. And then we have to go through those approval processes from History Colorado, Section 106 and C.
I had a question on budget, or are you gonna go deeper into the 65.7 number?
You can ask.
Does that include the cost escalation and contingency that you would put in?
It does, yeah. So at this point, our cost escalation risk has really gone down because subcontractors have now bid the project under FCI. So they would hold that pricing to start in the spring of 24. Now, if for some reason we wait to start until the spring of 25, then we would have, that price would go up.
Okay.
So this is assuming a 24 start.
Yeah.
And so that was the new Justice Center at Monroe Street, which I think everybody's pretty familiar with that plan. We took a look with GSG at various plans that could happen with this building. They've provided us with 5 different options, and we'll go through them one by one. Some of them are kind of variations on the same idea. Option A is a new Justice Center at the Monroe site, plus a future renovation of this building for office spaces. Option B is a new county building on this site, renovation of this building for the court, sheriff, and detention facility. Option C is a new county building on this site, a new separate smallish detention facility just for detention, and then a renovation of this building for courts and law enforcement. Option D is a new court, sheriff, and detention on this site, and then a renovation of this building for office, staff, etc. And then option E is building that phased portion where we would do the sheriff and detention at the Monroe site now, and then renovate this building for courts and office. And then, of course, we probably could have kept going and doubled the amount of options here. So this is just kind of, really high level, really conceptual, but to give you all a good idea on what the costs would be, what the timeline would be. And if you feel like there's a better solution within these options, we can certainly study that, but these were the 5 that GSG presented to us. So So looking at some of the opportunities and challenges on this site, everybody knows the county building is located here. The structure overall is in good condition. We do have some assessment reports that have been coming out from GSG. They've had engineers in here looking at everything, deficiencies that would need to be addressed. And then we can, repurpose some spaces that maybe are a little bit dated in how they originally were designed, but a remodel could address some of those issues. The challenges here, of course, are security, which I know is a huge concern of the courts folks. So that would really need to be addressed if we did a remodel here. The timeline then moves out longer if we're going to do any of these options because they're not designed. We would get fewer years of service just because the nature of a renovation is a little bit less than new construction, or at least on the renovation piece. There are a lot of logistics, so departments might have to move out of a space for 6 months and try to function somewhere else, and there's some moving in and out that can be difficult during construction, as well as this is just a really tight site. So if we think about building another building on this site, just how tight things will get during construction, especially with parking, and then that would maybe lead to increased traffic on the streets and not being able to park off site or off the street. This is option A. This is to build the new Justice Center and then come back and remodel this building at a future time. So we're going to take the cost of building our new facility as designed at Monroe and then adding a cost on to renovate. The thing about this option is that we can use some of the annex space for that quote unquote swing space for departments that would need to move out, can move into the annex while things are being remodeled. But it's still, definitely a little bit of a disturbance for the various departments of the county. The order of magnitude cost of this is $100 million. The cost includes the new Justice Center plus remodel of this building would be about $34 million. And the schedule wouldn't start, we could start some of the work possibly this spring or summer 24. For the new build, that would be a pretty aggressive design schedule. I think it's, and then we would have, the renovation wouldn't probably start until 25, so it wouldn't be delivered until 26.
So is the current campus renovation, does that include changing the footprint at all and adding to it?
Not in this option.
Okay.
And that's a pretty thorough renovation, right? I mean,
It is,
that's like,
and I think what we learned from GSG is that once you start doing some deeper renovation, you have to bring the entire building up to code, and that just is kind of like a unraveling sweater, so to speak, and there's constantly things that need to be addressed from a code standpoint. So yeah, I think this is definitely a pretty heavy remodel of this building.
Does it include like reconfiguring the floor plan or just kind of the guts of the building?
So as we looked at this, we assessed the building, its capacity to sustain an addition and also renovations. So one of the things that we determined rather quickly is that from an addition standpoint, there are not a lot of good places to put an addition on this building. The best place to put it would be, if you look at this particular graphic, basically on the south side there, or actually on the north side. However, that's where all the service entries are for the building. In other words, that's where all the gas and the electric and everything else are on the building. That's not ideal. That's extremely costly to reconfigure and relocate those service entries to the building. You know, some addition onto the south side is possible, but basically that would take away a lot of your parking spaces there, and it doesn't line up particularly well with the rest of the existing floor plan. A major renovation of a structure like this, which is probably what is necessary, would basically wipe out the interior floor plan, except for any, bearing walls and columns and things like that, And we sort of start within the existing footprint with a clean slate.
Okay. I apologize, GSG. Can we have you introduce, do you mind exiting out of the,
Share. Do you want me to?
presentation or?
Yeah,
Just
I can.
stop share.
Okay. I would love to, I would love to introduce the GSG team, please, just so we know who's online.
I'm Jack Brewer. I'm working as the project manager with this and then hand in hand with James. And sorry, I was a few minutes late. I was in another meeting.
Hi, Jack.
I'm James Holloway. I'm the project principal and principal with GSG Architecture.
Thank you.
We also have FCI and RJA.
Okay, yes, please. And FCI and RJ, would you guys introduce yourselves too, please? I'm sorry, our view is not the greatest on the Zoom here.
Yeah, I can start. I'm Mike Potter. I'm an estimator with FCI Constructors. I put together the estimate for the new Justice Center as well as helped Colleen and DPM with the cost model options for the master plan.
And Evan Walton, also with FCI.
Okay.
I saw Bob and Paige.
Bob Brashears, principal with Riley Johnson Architecture.
Paige Phillips, Riley Johnson Architecture. Good morning. Thanks for having us.
Thank you for being here. All right, appreciate that. Thanks. Sorry. Let's see, where is that? Oh, there you go.
Okay. You're back. And I did want to say, and you know, Mike and Evan jump in, but our cost estimates for the master plan, it's really high level conceptual, where we have a lot better detailed data on the new Monroe Street because we finished the design. This is, you know, Mike's trying to interpolate from these types of graphics that is typical for a master plan and exactly what we asked GSG to provide us with, but just, you know, fluctuation in some of the pricing can happen as we, if we pursue some of these options here at this site.
And yeah, and that 30 million plus, you know, rough estimate, that's office building, that's not the more expensive specialized like
That's right.
detention or, you know, courts, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's correct, and what we're looking at here too is all-in budgets, so we used FCI's hard cost budgets for the renovation, and then I put it into a cost model for an overall owner's budget where we're adding soft costs, we're adding escalation to the best of our ability to predict that, and owner contingency as well. So this option, you know, opportunity is you get your new Justice Center. We can address this facility for offices. It increases the lifespan here. You'll see a lot of these opportunities being the same, and I probably won't repeat them on every slide. We can use the annex for renovation and this option for less disruption of county departments. And then, you know, you could potentially phase this option out as funds become available. If you focused on funding the Justice Center, then, you know, over time you could take off chunks of renovation here. It would cost longer in the long run, but it might help from a cash, you know, revenue standpoint.
Okay.
One last introduction.
Sure, Alan Matlos with Stiefel Nicholas. I've been working with the county as on the financing side.
And that brings us to challenges on the debt service, of course. So that's a perfect intro, Alan.
All good news from that perspective.
And you know, anytime we get into a renovation project, there's always there's known unknowns. I always like to say we're going to find things that we didn't know about. So that's why we try to carry a little bit higher owner contingency on renovation projects, just because we tend to see more change orders for things that we didn't know about as we go through. This is option B. This is to actually build a new county office building, essentially 3 stories, 18,000 square feet over here. And then it would be a renovation of our existing building for court sheriff detention.
And that would all be contingent on acquiring.
Correct, so that's one of my challenges. This order of magnitude cost is about 78 million. So it's 45 million in the renovation because this is would be a much more costly technical renovation when you're dealing with detention courts. It's costlier square footage than office. The new county building at 27 million, and then a renovation of the annex to use that site. So we could potentially try to get design and start on the smaller annex renovation next summer, basically. But the new construction wouldn't be able to start until 25, best case scenario, be complete in 26. And then we'd want to move people into that new building before we came into this to here and renovate. So the big challenge with this is you're not addressing your critical needs with detention until 27, which is a long way away with what you need now.
And does this option, like, keep the courts here or in the other?
There would be no development of the Monroe site, so everything would be here on this campus, yes. So it would bring all county functions on one site. It makes it tighter. There'd be a acquisition of property challenge as well, potentially.
Can I ask about that?
Sure.
So placement of the office space building there, that's because of that service line issue. Like we couldn't put, it's called Labor Union Center, we couldn't put that new county administration building up here on the parking because of all the service lines and slope. I'm just trying to avoid having to acquire.
It would be, that would be a, yes, you could do that. But I think that you would be adding to the cost, and you would be obviously taking away the parking. I think during construction, that would be really challenging because I don't know where staging of the materials for that would take place if you didn't, because then essentially all of the open area relative to the project would be consumed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, you know, again, with these master plans, we're doing what we would call a test fit. So we're trying to figure out, okay, what size building, what size footprint could possibly fit on the site, but certainly definitely, you know, can shift around within the site. But it gives you an idea of scale compared to this building.
Because of the street presence of the existing building too, we did not consider locating any new structures on the street side there, sharing street frontage with the existing building. There is space there, but I think that's probably not the best option considering the sort of, and this is not a historic structure, but the historic streetscape that we have there.
And James, you mean taking this and moving it to the corner of, yeah.
There or to the other corner in the sort of northeast side there, yeah.
Yeah, I see. Harrison's running this way, yeah.
Yeah.
The challenges here that we haven't talked about yet. You know, a renovation would address like the building deficiencies of the systems, but it may not address the programmatic deficiencies that you have because you're shoehorning program into a building that already exists. And so, and things I think in courts and detention, justice centers in general have really changed since this building was originally constructed, of course.
So things like separate secure parking or like
Right.
more separate entrance for details, some of those might be really hard to.
Yeah, I think that they would be very hard to do there. So, you know, just to kind of backtrack sort of briefly here. The existing construction, the existing building that you're working out of right now, obviously it was designed in 1956, 54 for these purposes. There are some sort of compromised issues even with the initial design of this in terms of security. There was always the intention of that design to march the detainees up the stairs and into a public corridor. So a lot of those things simply would not pass muster today, and they probably shouldn't have passed muster then, kind of in our opinion, looking at it. So the other thing to think about here too, relative to the courts and detention and everything else staying in the existing facility, is the actual structure of that building, which is a casting place concrete structure with very low floor-to-floor heights from floors 1 to 2. The court on the 3rd floor has a higher ceiling height, but on floors from floor 1 to floor 2 and floor 2 to floor 3, those are 10-foot floor-to-floor heights, which make, for example, modernization to include a new HVAC system that would include air conditioning, etc., really difficult because there just simply isn't any plenum space to deal with there and still have anything more than a minimal ceiling height of 8 feet in the facility. That's certainly doable, but it's not ideal, especially for large volume spaces like courts, which is why in this building, the court is on the 3rd floor where it can have a higher ceiling.
Option C is next. This is the new county building. Still the office building here. It would be a smallish, about a 7,000 square foot just detention center over here. And then a renovation of the existing area here for courts and sheriff. So you would have a separate detention building than you would for courts and sheriff, which is one of the challenges. The order of magnitude cost on this is about 96.9 million. The renovation for courts and sheriff is 45. The new county building is 27, and then to demo the annex is about 200,000, and then we'd add a $24 million new detention law enforcement. Part of why these costs are high is because of the schedule and again, not being able to really get going and get everything designed and ready and not delivering the entire project until 2027. So it just is adding lots of percentages at escalating costs onto our hard costs.
Sorry, can you scroll up again
Yeah.
for the cost? Okay.
And I do have a slide that kind of summarizes everything next to each other, so you can see the costs and the schedules. I think again, doing a small, the detention area is probably not addressed until early 2027. Doing a small detention center probably isn't really addressing your long-term needs. So there's a lot of challenges with this one, especially with the price tag. Option D is to actually build kind of a new justice center on this site. You can see it up there in the top left. I believe it's about 36,000 square feet. That would include court, sheriff, detention, then a renovation of the existing county building, and adding some parking area where the annex is. This is our largest cost, of course, because that addition, or the new build is the largest of all these options for on this site. The renovation is about 48 million, 95 million for the new detention law enforcement. So I mean, that's Your new detention law enforcement courts at Monroe is about 65. But as we're escalating out, trying to build on a really tight site, by the time we would build this, it could escalate to 95 million to build a 36,000 square foot structure here on this site. And then there's some annex demo and parking costs there. So the annex demo could happen pretty quickly and adding that parking lot, but by the time we design the new construction, we'd have to go back through all the programming again. That design process will take a while. And so probably wouldn't start until 25, delivered in 26 possibly, and then renovate this building in 26, 27.
From a planning perspective too, if you scroll back to that the graphic there. So while we can accommodate, all of the area, that is required, that is a very, very linear layout, which is really what the site allows there. That's not very efficient for some of these functions. The courts and the clerk and all that stacks fairly well, but the detention and the detention support and the sheriff office, that linear layout is not ideal. And so you might end up splitting functions onto different floors, which I think has some staff redundancy and other difficulties in security that the design for the Monroe site does not have.
And it's a 4-story, right? 4-story building minimum, which is a
Be a
pretty
little out of character.
structure for
Or-
like.
Yes, lots of ice.
Does that trigger a CUP with the city for height? Because it's in a 35-foot height requirement.
Yeah,
for the city.
Yeah, there'd have to be a variance, absolutely. Granted for that, so that's a whole nother process.
And
Do these cost estimates include a rough guess at property acquisition costs?
they do not at this time, no.
So we're talking we could be talking millions more. Depending on how that goes.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the most expensive option by far. There's the chat. Katie Walter, oh yes, 4-story could raise issues with the 106, agreed.
Remind us what the 106 is again.
It's an FCC and
Oh, yeah.
compliance.
And then finally, we have our phased approach, what we're calling option E. This would be to build a new sheriff detention at the Monroe site and then renovate the existing county building. This doesn't include the future phase of adding the courts to the Monroe site at this stage, but we certainly could, pull that pricing together as needed. But essentially, this would be remodeling the existing building for the courts to function over here on this site, and then only doing the law enforcement detention at Monroe. Order of magnitude on this, 106 million, because what I found interesting going through this is to build just law enforcement detention as a single phase over at Monroe is about 55.6 million. And the entire detention, or the entire project is about 65 million. So if you guys were to take this and then eventually do the addition, it will become much bigger than a $65 million project all in. But this analysis, I think, is really helpful. So it'll be the $45 million renovation here, mostly for courts and some office, and then new detention law enforcement at Monroe, and then an annex renovation for some office space at about 5 million.
Do you know, maybe it's a question for GSG, or I don't know, with keeping courts here for some period of time, is there enough space here if you get rid of LCSO and jail? Is there enough space for a second court room here?
So that's actually how this final option kind of came into being, was considering that. So, if you took out, the sheriff, the detention, and, you put in the courts, there's a couple of things to consider. One is that if we are renovating the existing building for the court function to get the 2 courts in that are desired, basically that pushes the timeline out for actually achieving that by years, because we would have to keep the 1 court in function. We would have to move down a floor basically, and what is now the detention facility would be remodeled into a court facility. There's design time on that, there's construction time on that. Then the existing court function would need to move down into the new court facility so that the existing court could be renovated to that purpose, because it is, it's old, and again, the security concerns and the technology concerns, it just doesn't measure up to modern standards. So all of that time that I just described basically is with 1 court in session. So it pushes out a second court opening for years.
Okay, thanks.
A space perspective, we could take the annex building and actually use it for multiple purposes. We probably could actually make the annex building a county commission building, which would incorporate offices, administration, and also space, so that you would have an adequate space to hold meetings, public there. So if you do all of those kind of puzzle piece switches, you would have adequate space.
With this option, you could just do law enforcement detention over at Monroe and then just wait, and function this building generally as it functions now, without law enforcement and detention here in the long run. I'm trying to think what else we had.
One of the other complicating issues too is that part of the sheriff's mission is court security, right? So, separating these functionalities is always going to create some issues for you in terms of redundancy or, staff hours being devoted to transiting back and forth, between, even in this scenario, even though you're only transporting prisoners a few blocks, that's different than walking them down a corridor in terms of the resources of the sheriff's office.
And if we say we chop the building from courts, and take out the courts at Monroe.
Not that easy.
It's not super easy. Bob and Paige could probably talk to that, but it will require significant civil redesign and probably some mechanical, electrical redesign. So it would delay our progress to date on the design. And so I kind of pushed that new construction back by 3 to 4 months. Of course, in Leadville, we always try to avoid starting in the fall with new construction, because then you just incur a lot of winter challenges, and money you're throwing at winter conditions that never comes back to the value of the building. Bob and Paige, do you have any thoughts, any other thoughts on what that redesign would take?
Yeah, one of the big things would be the planning department and Chapin. We would have, in terms of timeline, that would have to, according to Tracy, it wouldn't have to start over completely, but a lot of what Chapin was concerned about was the appearance of the building. And so without the courts, it's a relatively clean cut, but does take some redesign. But the building services, the utilities, the mechanical, the electrical are all in detention center, so that simplifies it. You're right. It would certainly delay the construction start.
And the renderings we showed at the beginning of the presentation, Bob and Paige, that would all have to be redesigned, correct? The Harrison
Yeah, that's-
facing.
That's all gone. You know, anything that looks good about the building is gone once we take the courts away. And the current design would just simply have one big blank wall. It would take some work to make it look decent, to be honest with you.
Okay, thank you.
So D was the 4-story detention, is that right?
D was the 4-story, yes, like a law, basically a justice center on this site.
Yeah, okay.
So
But
E,
that larger one, like kind of spanning the alley, kind of coming closer to the annex building. And the annex building, and that D annex, the annex building's demoed for parking.
Oh, I think more space. I mean, that would be another new site, like 24 million on a new annex,
Okay.
not just a rental.
graphics not showing up great on the larger screen, but it gives us, kind of a comparison of all the options that we just went through. So we have option A1, which is just a new justice center, leave this building as is, 65 million, best case completion is fall of 25. And then everything else, as you can see, gets delayed into 26 and 27 for the various options from a schedule standpoint. All of the costs, program estimates are there.
Does Monroe have enough room to just build everything on Monroe?
What is the
Justice Center.
city?
I mean, like
The
this
city
building.
just
No.
purchased that,
Because of it's an environmental.
what are we calling it, convention center? I mean, that potentially could be a huge community side that we could leverage. And then, so we wouldn't necessarily need general community space or other types of specialized community space, because we could leverage that massive amount of square footage. And then you guys are about to stand up the shuttle program, and that could assuage our SIM issue of accessibility.
No, yeah, I don't think the community space in the new facility is meant to be that big or meant to be outside of actual partner
I mean, what Lori says is they don't know what
collaboration.
they're gonna do.
And I think that, like the thoughts, but I think that alone probably adds a lot of time and more money and more complications with other decision-making bodies, but. Okay,
Hopefully, you're seeing the longer we wait.
Yeah.
The more costs increase.
yep, okay, so the new includes includes 2 courtrooms? It does, okay,
RJ.
okay,
And 2 full courtrooms, right, like 2 jury courtrooms.
And pretty much, last design is all pretty much mirrored each other.
Yeah,
okay. And then what is, and we still have SOPD dispatch. We have OEM, we don't have probation in the new design.
or
Or
DA,
DA.
no DHS.
But back to the public, I mean, the public facing, there are some shared conference rooms, more public space like compared
There's
to
room to
here.
do that work.
Yeah, so you can have
Collectively.
some, both small and large, confidential places to meet with your attorney, with DHS wraparound, with, advocates,
Yeah.
et cetera, and a little bit more just public space to actually hear, like here there's nowhere to sit,
Right.
really.
Right.
And in the new build, all that would be on, it would be somewhat secure, but it would be completely separated from like prisoner transport, clerk's offices, all that stuff.
Yeah, okay.
So with option 1, and it says leave existing as is, that doesn't include any upgrades to this building at all.
That's
It's
option
just-
2. A2.
But I mean, build new, that doesn't include like replacing windows here, doing any work to the mechanical systems in this building, because this building still has to exist for county functions.
Yes, correct.
And so I think the question is, and for Alan too, is if you want to proceed with the new build at Monroe, do you want to consider additional borrowing to do renovation capital here, or do you want to budget it somewhere else? We know eventually this building will need work, yes, for sure. But
It's
right
needed work for a long time, I think.
Anne?
So I just wanted to, I think I heard, the architect mention, so there isn't anything within this budget that responds to design and scale. Some of the comments that came back from Chapin, so there's nothing in the like entitlement phase within the time frame, and there's nothing maybe within a contingency for any kind of design revision, if that is an outcome of the entitlement process, is that correct?
That the city might redirect the aesthetics. We have no dollars budgeted for redesign, no, in any of these options.
Because I know that that was included in a lot of his feedback, so I just didn't know exactly where that ended up, if that was not a condition of any first steps of the entitlement process, if there was anything, because I know that he had a lot of feedback on aesthetics as well as layout, and just trying to consider the impact to the historic downtown area. So I didn't know if that's already been vetted, or if that's even been contemplated for the time frame that the entitlement process would take before you could actually start construction.
Bob and Paige, you could jump in here, but my understanding is the last things that we're working out with Chapin is really Monroe Street, and everything else from landscaping and building aesthetic has all been generally approved.
You're absolutely correct. Yeah, we've got the alignment of Monroe as really the only outstanding issue.
Yeah, and that matches with my recollection, and I can maybe pull up this type of work. There were issues with like sort of like landscaping on the Monroe side, parking, like, and you know, how you mesh that with snow storage needs, but it wasn't.
Right. And Norris Design is our landscape architect, and my understanding is they've responded to all of those comments from a design.
And we had gone to that secret hearing with the Historic Preservation Commission. There was advisory, but you know, important, we had gotten through pretty clean on that. Yeah.
Okay.
And one thing to keep in mind, at option B, it was noted would require acquisition of adjacent properties, so that's an expense that's not factored into that.
Yeah.
Would the properties be like the altitudes, Jim, or something like that?
It would have to be.
Some of the most expensive real estate in town are a very high market.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah.
So, let's
Have
go
we gotten
on
really
to,
aggressive with like radical building processes, like with the Green New Deal and everything? Cause there's huge discounts and subsidies for like green cement over regular cement.
Max, we've got time, we need like staff to ask a lot of questions, and Commissioner Fiedler has certainly been looking at green options as well, so we can maybe dig into those as a sidebar, but I wanna make sure we kind of dig into really some of our considerations on financing and,
Can I stop sharing for a second?
Sure.
Just to make sure, because I know that we have two people that have their hand raised, but I wanna.
oh, and maybe Lori was responding to that.
Elizabeth
question.
and Lori both. Elizabeth had her hand raised first and then Lori. I don't know if you want to call on them or what you want to do, Sarah.
All right, Elizabeth? Maybe a history piece.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Romanowski here with State Judicial. Just a couple of things I wanted to clarify that I think I heard. In that new Justice Center price of 65.7, that does not include probation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
As designed.
And then all of the renovation work that would be done to the existing building for courts would only be for a single courtroom. As mentioned, it sounded like more work would be required for that to be a second. So all those prices reflected include just a single courtroom?
No, that's not correct. That's 2 courtrooms.
2 courtrooms, Elizabeth.
In the existing building, great. And then finally, just wondering if there was any revisions that were made to the comments from the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court regarding concerns with parking compared to existing at the new location?
I think we answered that a while ago, right, Bob and Paige?
Yeah,
think
we
it's
have,
design.
yeah, we haven't changed the parking from what it's been all along, basically.
Okay, I just want to confirm that the letter was received from the Chief Justice that was sent back in September 8th.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Lori?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Chapin was in another meeting and I just gave him a ring and have asked him to jump on to clarify some of your questions about what the city had remaining as far as Monroe Street. So I asked him to just jump on, and when he jumps on, maybe you can ask him the question again.
Cool. Thank you, Lori.
Thanks, Lori.
Yep.
That's all that have their hand raised.
I am through all the information we were here to present today. Of course, we've got all the different consultants here on the line, so happy to answer any other further questions, or I'm not sure what our next steps are, Tim, or what the hope is for this meeting, but yes, we would love direction.
Yeah. Heath, Sheriff, do you have any comments or questions?
Yeah, I can present some numbers on costs for where we're at this year with transporting.
Yeah.
And then some projections on operating costs and staffing levels primarily, just to hear. And I can also email you guys this list so you have it right in front of you for considerations. So how we're sitting this year, just from the transportation side of business, and what we included was the housing cost, fuel estimate, and maintenance on the vehicles. And then I can talk about salaries after that. So this year our projection's at $207,000.
Okay.
And we've primarily started the year off with Teller County. So we've made some cost savings by switching over to Chaffee County. It's pretty much exactly half the travel distance. So the travel associated costs were cut in half about mid-years, where we saw the transition primarily happen, and we're fully over at Chaffee County at this point. So we've used those numbers recently to kind of project for the future, but just how we're sitting for this year with Chaffee County. From the personnel standpoint, what we budgeted for next year, and this is just as we're sitting this year, to roll into next year to continue transporting how we're doing right now. We're sitting at $556,000 from the personnel standpoint to continue the trend that we're on this year. And just so you're aware, what that includes right now, what we have for the personnel side is 1 sergeant and 5 detention deputies.
Currently?
Currently.
Okay.
And that's keeping our head above water for the transportations. Booking inmates through our facility here, and arranging transportation to other counties if they need to be held for longer than 48 hours. What I've established last year was to kind of build us to a point in 2025-ish to have just the bare bones minimum staffing level to operate a correction facility. And that total on the salary side, and with everything included on salary, was just over $1 million. Some things to consider is that that does not include any additional staffing other than just to run the facility. We would have to look into, we've had conversations about what the nutrition plan would be if we contract that out, hire our own. That number doesn't include that. Any behavioral health needs requirements by the state, that doesn't include that. And then any other jail-based services or programs, does not include that. So I'd have to do a little more research to see what that grand total cost would be to run a detention facility. So personnel numbers were a little easier to grab at this point, and it does consume a large part of that total budget. So again, from an operational standpoint, from a functional jail, staffing wise, they give you that figure, what we'd be looking at there from a staffing standpoint to increase from where we're at now would be a detention division commander, so captain position, to run that facility. There would be 2 detention sergeants, 8 detention deputies, and a detention administrator. Again, that is just absolute bare bones. We would definitely want to try to increase that.
Okay.
You guys have any questions for me?
I don't think so. Just want to make sure that it's clear that the 65 does not include any additional operations or overhead. That is just purely construction costs.
And that's why I wanted to present some operational costs
Sure, sure.
from an annual basis.
Cool. Awesome.
Alan.
Sure.
Would you jump in here and
Sure,
please
so,
give us some overview?
So again, just Alan Matlos with Stifel. So the discussion we've been having with the county, and just, I always throw this out there because I think it's interesting to me, maybe to nobody else, but my first documented meeting on this project was in 2000. So I had lied at a previous meeting and said it was 99, but I did find memos from 2000, so, here for the long haul. So we've been talking about, if a project moved forward, borrowing using what's called a lease purchase or certificates of participation. So this is a common financing tool. I've done financings for more than half the counties in the state, and pretty much every one of them has used that structure, so that's good news. And basically, it's using the current revenues of the county to pay back a loan, and there are limits to both what makes sense for the county, what's affordable to the county, and then there are limits, in the bond market in terms of how much you can borrow. At some point in time, there's a limit, right? So in addition to construction costs going up, we have this kind of double impact of interest rates going up. So that's been a challenge for everybody, where we have, the project costs more and the borrowing costs more. So that's a challenge there. We had discussions, at least Tim and I had discussions about, how long do you borrow for? Can you extend the term? There are some options to having the payments do not have to be level. So, like a home mortgage, the payment's kind of the same. You could, gradually increase them or have them low for a while. I mean, that's a risk. Anything to do to kind of get this affordable. I know the county's been successful in grants, underfunded courts and some other things, the federal money. One thing I did want to mention, which may feed into other discussions on the agenda for today, is using this financing structure of certificates of participation. You can have multiple projects in one financing. I know it doesn't make things cheaper, but you don't have to have you finance the new building, stop, you finance the renovation, stop, you finance, I think on the agenda was airport and other things. Because that could be combined somehow if there's some benefit to that. And you also can adjust as you move along. So if there was savings on the construction, you could use more for renovations or vice versa or something like that. So we'd be happy to provide any analysis that the county wants on that. The cost is going to be more to borrow. With increased construction costs, that's the cost, right? With increased financing costs, there's an interest component. That's what makes it go up. That interest component can always be refinanced down the road when interest rates are lower. So that gives you an opportunity, but you don't refinance the principal part, right? That's just what it is. So that's what is a challenge. And then, we always look at our job is to get the lowest borrowing cost possible for the county. And some of the things to think about, and I'm sure you've had these discussions, are, what's a reasonable payment, what's a reasonable amount of the county's budget that can go for this or other projects, and how do we get there? And, you know, these numbers are getting really big. That's just what it is. And I would say that for option A, the least expensive option, I think that's financeable, meaning the county can borrow the money. I'm not worried about you borrowing the money. I'm more worried about you being comfortable with what the repayment is based on current and future financial conditions, right? You can't predict too far in the future. So that's the challenge. I mean, the bond market is, rates have gone up. I mean, you've seen it, and you know, the good news is the county's making more money on its cash, but you've seen it in mortgage rates and car loans and everything else, right? Rates are higher. That's also the case in the bond market. And you're not borrowing today, so that's good. And maybe we'll see rates go down a little bit, but there are so many factors right now that are driving up rates. It's just, you know, it's just where we are at this moment. So I think the takeaway is you can combine projects, we can look at structuring the payments differently, they're gonna be higher, and it has to make sense. We had started the process with the attorneys, so we are, you know, a little bit down the road in terms of, so it's not like it's gonna take forever. If there was a start, we need money by a certain date. Typically this takes about 90 to 120 days. We have a month in already, so you know, that's still there, we're ready. So, you know, 60 days, 75 days from go to money in hand. So that's something, if this county decides to move forward with one option of this. And then we're here just to, you know, do as many scenarios as you want. I mean, that's something that we do, just keep finding a plan that works, and get you to that number. I'd be happy to answer any questions about that. Interest rates today, you know, would be in the 5.5% range. I mean, it's gone up a lot in the last like 3 weeks. So we went from like 5 to 5.5 in 3 weeks. So that seems, in my opinion at least, maybe unsustainable. Rates should come back down, but there's just a lot of stuff going on, and you know, both domestically and internationally, that are causing volatility in financial markets, and yeah, that's just where we are today.
Alan, one question, just to clarify, I think we've talked about this before, but if the county were to finance a certain amount and perhaps have revenues that could be put towards buying down the overall amount borrowed, that would help in terms of kind of leveling out the interest rate, if you will, because it's decreasing the amount that is.
Yeah, right. No, I would not anticipate the county borrowing $65 billion.
Okay.
I think the goal will get that low as possible from grants, partnerships, cash.
But even if, once the county borrows, and if other revenues through grants or so forth are procured, can that be paid into then?
Yeah, there's two different ways to do that. So one way, so typically, let's say that there's a borrowing and it's for 30 years, just because that's a common time, like a mortgage. Typically, those are sold with a provision that says you can't prepay for the first 10 years. So that's a balance between what the county wants, which is the lowest possible interest rate and the most flexibility, and what the certificate investors want, which is the highest interest rate and the least flexibility, right? That's somewhere in the middle is where we get that. And the middle point is this 10-year redemption. So what would happen is, let's say in year 5, a bunch of money came in. One option is the county would just take that money, set it aside, invest it, and then in year 10, pay down debt, okay? And we can determine in the certificate documents how that's done. You do it at the end, you do it across the board. I mean, there's different ways to pay down. That's option 1. No cost to the financing for that option. There's no premium. That's just the standard business. Another option is to include what's called an extraordinary redemption provision. And this extraordinary redemption provision would usually be attached to some portion of the financing, maybe the last maturities or something, and say, if money came in, the county could pay that off earlier, year 5 or something. So you have a little bit of a cost to that because an investor's gonna say, well, I might get paid back sooner.
So it's kind of like a prepayment penalty.
Yeah, but just in that rate. So we don't want to sign it to the whole thing, because then you're paying a penalty on everything. You sign it to a small piece. So one of the things to think about is, we refer to that as the optionality, right? The optionality of repayment is the cost of the optionality. You know, how does that equate to the chance that this is gonna happen?
Yeah.
And the other thing that happens, and this will be a surprise to everyone in the room, is 5 years from now, when that extra money comes in, there will be some other project. And then all of a sudden, that will step up as being more important. So a lot of times, other things come up, and then that money is used for something else. So there's ways to deal with that. We also could do it in 2 series, Series A, Series B. Series A is longer term, Series B is shorter, and you can pay that off sooner. I mean, there's different ways to structure it. Again, balancing cost of borrowing versus flexibility for the county.
Yeah,
And what he just said about future projects as well, and I know, like, you said there's a limit of what we can borrow. How close are we to that limit that the county's burdened with this, where we cannot borrow to build anything or do any projects? How long is that window?
Right, so the question, it's really a percentage, it's just like your own personal budget, right? It's a percentage of your income. So we can look at the numbers and figure out what that is. The other thing, which, because I gotta add complexity, gotta make this easy, is this borrowing is, the interest is exempt from federal and state taxation. So if you're an owner, if you're an investor in these certificates, you don't pay income tax on the interest. So that gets a little bit lower borrowing costs for the county. With that comes a whole bunch of rules in the federal tax code. And one of them is a reasonable expectation that you spend 85% of the money in 3 years. So one of the things that's tricky is if you added other projects, are they so far out that you can't reasonably expect to spend the money?
Right.
So it's a reasonable expectation, and that's fine. Things happen all the time. But with the schedule that was presented, I mean, there's a construction schedule that's well within 3 years. I'm not worried about that. If you added other things, so there is a limit. I would think that at these cost numbers, you're getting pretty close to
your limit.
Especially, the higher ones, yeah.
Yeah, well, the higher one, I don't, like, the $144 million one, I don't think that's an option.
Yeah.
Yeah. As a person that gets paid, the more you borrow, the more I get paid, I'm still telling you that's not gonna happen.
But Alan, that's non-voter approved, so
Yep.
the county for a different project that might be more palatable to the community, they could go
vote.
to the vote, right?
Correct. So we typically do like not a complex spreadsheet of, project, funding source, down the road, kind of thing. So you can look at that. Yeah, so another project could be funded from another revenue stream. So you want to look at those projects that could have additional funding versus those where it's more difficult to get additional funding. But one of the things that I mentioned, I'll mention again, is that, if there are incremental smaller projects that the county wanted to borrow for, you can also pay cash for those incremental projects. And you could include them, because it's really inefficient to borrow for this project and then a year later say, oh, we do want to borrow another $3 million. That's,
Right.
It's just not efficient, so.
Right. So last time we sat together, or did you have another question?
I had a question just on that 10-year, I forget the word you used, but like not being able to do early repayment or prepayment. But I mean, let's say we're in the 2 to 3 million per year payment
Yep.
range, I mean,
That's what it
we're
is.
solidly in there, so we would need to raise grant money or have income. We'd have to more than 20 or 30 million of magical grant income or additional revenue, plus whatever we put in up front. I mean, I don't think we're gonna be running in, that'd be amazing if we ran into
Yeah,
that problem.
And just to be clear, that redemption provision, so these certificates are sold in $5,000 increments. So the prepayment is any increment of 5,000. So you don't, I mean, you could pay 1 year $1 million and 1 year 0, another, you could just, it's any date thereafter, right?
Yeah.
So you can choose which years if you had money to pay or not pay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'd have to, the other thing, I think, Commissioner, would be fair, if that cash is being put in to the project, there might be discussions about accumulating cash in the short run, over, to replace that. But, yeah. And the other thing is, it's just like a mortgage, right? It could be a level payment, so if it's a level payment, it's more interest and less principal in the early years, right? And then more principal and less interest as you move on. So in the first few years, you don't pay a lot of principal off, right? It's just like your mortgage, so something else to think about.
If we would want that option to prepay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we always have that option. There's always that regular option. The question is, do you want something in addition to that?
Okay.
And those are available, but we have to look at the cost and.
Yeah. And then one other question, just looking out with that potentially longer, sort of like 30-year time frame. I think we had this discussion like a year ago, but with estimated dates of mine closure and that still being a non-trivial amount of our revenue, do you have a sense of how that factors into the underwriting analysis? If we extend out into, that it increases the likelihood of that revenue going away.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the terms that we're talking about, 25, 30, 35 years, all of those would have the expectation of mine closure in that period. As I mentioned, I started coming to these meetings in 2000 and it was gonna close in 2001. And it was gonna close in 2005, it was gonna close, I mean, that discussion's been going on. So any analysis is gonna assume that mine closing. It's just, I mean, because you're not.
Okay.
That's just, I don't think that's gonna change.
Yeah.
Between 25 years and 30 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we do have a memo on payments of increments of 10 million. With, I think, 30 million at 1.8 cost. And I guess the conversation really is just, as we are continuing this morning, what are the other projects and demands and infrastructure investments we want to make and where are we gonna take that from? I mean, my personal approach is to pay as, of course, have that as little alone as possible and get.
That's the right answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just have to really look at the numbers and where things are lying right now in our budget to decide what that payment looks like. I mean, there are other revenue considerations too, that we can kind of circle back on conversations about sales tax and not going out for a new bond, but I mean, this, as the city and county both are strapped with demands, we really need to kind of revisit our agreements. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if we want to pull those up or not.
What do you wanna,
like,
or what do you want me to,
Yeah.
go to the team?
And also just a rough calculation in my head is like we have, to order of magnitude, like 3.5 million from the federal CDS. There's the 5 million commitment from the city, you know, with any of these options that city police is co-located, you know, that's a commitment the city has made. That's not upfront commitment. That, you know, the commitment in that term sheet was that they could match our financing, right? So like if we go 30 years with an X% interest rate, they could also, you know, they can't be more generous than what we're financing on, but they could spread things out. So, but anyway, 3.5 million, 5 million from the city. Underfunded courts, we were awarded 2 million and are in with a $3 million ask for this round. There's
That's the additional 5, right? If we were awarded that.
Sorry?
If we were awarded that, that would be 5 million total, the 2 million that.
No, we had to withdraw on the 2 million.
Okay.
So no, there is potential to reapply to underfunded courts, that dependent on what they award, what they have, you know, if that program is not super well funded. So I think banking on more than 2 or 3 becomes a lower percentage. But anyway, we're up, you know, we're already getting close to 10, and then there's large DOLA, you know, infrastructure grants. We would be able to apply through several cycles during the construction period. So I think, I mean, my like rough sense is like, I mean, 10 million of like immediately known grant funding, you know, is
plus any general fund allocation we may decide.
Absolutely, yeah. But just on the sort of like grant side, I think, you know, we're I don't know if 10 million is a good or a bad number, but I think that seems like not wishful thinking.
Yeah.
You know, and I think, you know, more than that, it becomes speculative.
Okay.
So just to throw in there. And I think that, you know, that doesn't include, you know, hustling for smaller grants on specific parts of the building, like dispatch or OEM or, you know, any of the environmental stuff. I think to be honest, most of that stuff it could offset the incremental cost. I don't think we're gonna pay down parts of this building
With that kind of.
yeah.
Okay.
From what we've identified so far. I just wanted to throw that.
Okay.
And Commissioner Fiedler, the pricing right now is gas and electric.
Yeah,
building, just.
yeah.
Okay. Did you want me to pull something up here?
I mean, if we, maybe.
I honestly think we just need a big room with more room.
Yeah.
And we need things on the floor, and we need to have, I mean, the conversations were like starting today, but I know we wanna have some clearer direction, but we really need to like get our hands into moving things around and commitments.
And numbers.
Yeah.
We will need to make a decision, you will need to make a decision on a timeline soon for FCI and Riley Johnson and GSG and DPM. If we are going to move forward, same with Allen and then Kutak as well. So we can find time for you guys to digest that and digest the information now. But, you know, probably, you know, well, I think before the end of the year, a firm direction will be needed. So whatever time you need, we'll find it, and whatever information you need.
Having said that, we need to make a decision by the end of the month whether to present to the unfunded courts grant program or not.
Okay.
And if we present to them and they award us money and we withdraw again, that will not look good.
Yeah.
And I will say FCI has sub bids on the Justice Center, so they probably can't string their subs out till the end of the year. Mike or Evan, you could jump in on that, but the subcontractors are gonna want commitments to start in the spring that we can't most likely tell them in January, or else we'll lose the subs.
That's correct, Colleen. Typically, right now, we can get our subs to hold their pricing for about 30 days. After that, they have to go back to their suppliers and readjust their costs, so there is a little bit of a a risk once we're outside that 30-day mark.
Okay,
It's like Chapin jumped off.
do you have any questions for Chapin? Jeff?
I don't. I think you answered them, but
Yeah. Okay.
I wonder, what did I wonder? Oh, I guess just to, maybe we can discuss a little bit more, I mean, really, it's options A through E. And, or nothing at all, but I'm feeling like, personally, option A is probably the best option. And I would be really curious to hear Sheriff Speckman and Angel's thoughts on, like, all or nothing, really.
I'm with you there. I mean, actually, it feels like option A is the most useful for the county, long term. For our community as well.
Okay. Because doing
It's cheaper
nothing,
too.
still, we still have challenges.
Right. And
Okay.
all the numbers that he's presented, it's just gonna get ridiculous later on.
I agree, I think it's a service to the community that we have to consider beyond the numbers also.
Yeah.
It's the only community person here from the SIM study. A meets exactly what that SIM study said we need. And we know that that is our best tool in terms of saying, what does our community need?
I mean, I don't know, Commissioner Fiedler and Marcella, what are your thoughts on options and where you're kind of sitting right now?
I don't think that we can make a commitment to change the process in our community justice or the criminal justice system without a place to make that happen. So I think it inherently makes Angel and Gloria's work harder to coordinate and to have that progress in the criminal justice system. We have to have a place for that to happen. And so I think that really our hands are kind of tied at this point when it comes to, I mean, this building has outgrown itself, and I don't think that when this building was built in 1955 that it was ever anticipated that this would be like the only building Lake County would ever need to provide services to the community. So I think the time has just come that we've outgrown ourselves, and the deferred maintenance from, past boards is something that we'll definitely have to deal with. That being said, though, I definitely don't think that we should go into looking at option A without some type of upgrade to this building, because it does have to stay. And we do need like windows, heating systems, ADA compliance here, roof. So I think that should be balanced in with option A at some level. Even if it's a phased approach, right? Like you do the roof 1 year, windows the next year, heating system the next year, whatever that looks like. Even if it's phased, that lives with Tim's department and DPM as an owner's rep to see that work through to fruition or whatever that looks like. But I don't think that you can ignore this building either.
And I feel like we have enough financial help to pay for those without wrapping that into the CIP.
Yes, I agree. I think that can be planned in a year-on-year budget phase to address deferred maintenance.
Yeah, I mean, a couple thoughts on that. I mean, it would be good to get a little bit more analysis on, there's a huge gap between what, Michael and your department had shown us like several months ago of sort of, I don't mean this in a dismissive way, but like some more band-aiding or some very much more incremental steps versus that like 30 million plus like full renovation. So it would be good to explore like what is the difference between that, or what does Kayla was talking about sort of look like, are we jumping quickly into like 5 or 10 million? At what point do we trigger that code need to really do the full renovation? You don't have to answer that
Yeah.
now, but just, I think we need to, like, dig into that.
Well, I
And
think
then, yeah,
I felt like just a lot of those
Yeah.
options, at least the one, right, or a couple of them were kind of gutting this place so that we could reconfigure the floor layout, and I think if you don't do that, and you're kind of replacing the heating and replacing windows, you're not triggering something bigger, hopefully.
And on our design consultants
Yeah.
and what triggers full-on code upgrades, but usually in renovations, there's a broad range of cost and then how much you do and how you schedule that out. So we could work with Michael on some sort of maintenance plan for this building. I think you've already been working on that for a while. So, and work with maybe your FCI and the design team on coming up with a plan for that.
and also cost-wise, we wouldn't, if it's full 25 best completion of new build, sort of A1, like, we wouldn't start a lot of those renovations until, folks are out of,
Of this space.
yeah, so just in terms of like spreading costs out,
Right.
like those costs wouldn't really kick in. Maybe like roof or something, but like, major costs wouldn't kick in for 2 to 3 years.
26, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, and just, back to like the big questions, I think, the reason we took a pause and engaged GSG, and other work, it just seems like trying to fit the same services to the community onto this site, they're not better or cheaper. They're just, none of the options seems to meet that threshold of being, they're not even cheaper, like, so,
Yeah, that kind of blows my mind,
yeah,
really. I guess it really does it though, because of the outdatedness of this building.
Yeah.
And really just the size of it compared to the capacity that we need to really meet the needs of what's happening in the community.
yeah, yeah. You can maybe squint and option B is cheaper, but that requires new acquisition, new design.
But is it cheaper for 70 years?
Yeah, yeah.
It's 70 years now, and we're just talking about this,
Yep, and, yeah. Okay. That was it.
All right, Lori, do you have a question?
Actually, I do have a question. So on the other options other than option A, it indicated law enforcement / sheriff. So maybe I missed it. Do the other options that involve renovating and fixing the current building, those LP or not?
Lori, you kind of got really muffled at the very point of your question. Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, the question is the other options that are renovating the current LP in the renovations or no?
So her question is,
Oh.
if we renovate this building, does it include space for the PD?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if we
think so.
got that granular, but I think generally the answer is probably no at the moment. That it was all county specific study for this building.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, yeah. But the new building does include the PD space.
That's right.
Yeah, and I asked Chapin to jump on. I think if you don't need him, I'm gonna ask him. He's in another meeting, but just if there were more issues other than just Monroe Street is the bottom line as far as his review. There were other comments other than just the Monroe alignment. And if you want him to get into what those are, we don't have to do it now, but it's not quite as straightforward as just the Monroe alignment.
And
Monroe alignment's the biggest piece.
I have been talking to Chapin, and I'm going to suggest a meeting to just go over those 3 land use applications that are still going to need to be submitted and kind of, he gave me a list of 22 things that we need to make sure that everybody's on the same page. So I just offline we can look for county staff to help support the development team to make sure that those are online.
Okay.
Because it's a very ambitious timeline given the 3 land use applications that have and the 22 items that we need. So perhaps there's been considerable work done on those, but I'll go back and make sure that we know where we are.
So, do you wanna go over those right now, or do you wanna have Chapin
I'm
set up an
curious.
additional?
Oh,
Yeah, Chapin, do you
okay.
wanna talk through those 22 items?
Yeah, sure. So this application went for its initial hearing. It is required to have 2 hearings per the city code. There were 3 land use applications that are required, and all those are being processed concurrently. So that was the conditional use permit, the site plan, and the subdivision. And that was back in February. The Planning and Zoning Commission continued those applications to another hearing. But the main issue that was identified by staff that needed to be addressed prior to returning to the final hearing were the access issues. Monroe Street, I think as most of you are aware, is not actually a platted public right of way, and there were portions of the access for this project that were on private property. To the adjacent property owner to the south owns a portion of what is functioning as Monroe Street, but it's not actually platted as right of way. So before the design team returned to for the final hearing, the application was essentially paused for the access issues to be resolved, and those access issues remain to be resolved. There were comments identified in the staff report that were mostly pertaining to the site and to engineering. All of those comments are identified in detail in the staff report, and we've had meetings with the design team, and they've, as far as I understand, they've been working on those. But again, the main issue was the access. I don't recall, and I think the architect is on. He can correct me if I misremember, but I don't think there were any comments related to the building design or that would necessitate redesign of the building. All the comments were mostly related to the site.
Yeah, Chapin, that's my understanding as well.
Okay. Well, we can continue working through that. I mean, it sounds like really we're kind of in alignment, I think, on option A. Seems to be the path forward.
Chief Judge had his hand up.
Oh yeah, Paul Dunkelman, I believe, Mr. Dunkelman.
Certainly, we agree with that option A is the best of these options, but information-wise, I mean, community need is just increasing. Lake County by far is our fastest growing county, and I think that's growth in Lake County and a more active law enforcement. Excuse me, our filings are up. If I calculated right, county court alone is up 25% in 2024. So it's just an increasing need. So I just want to pass that information along that Lake County really is growing from a court's perspective.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Right.
Yeah.
I don't have any other detailed questions right now, unless we clear the room and just start moving stuff and making plans, which we should do very soon.
Okay.
Does anybody else have any?
So with that, I just want to make sure in terms of prioritizing my work, am I hearing that y'all want to prioritize the acquisition or the resolution of the access issue on Monroe?
Yes, I think that should be, yes. Yeah.
Requires collaboration with the city.
Yep.
The city and the adjacent property owners.
Okay.
Which, with the curved alignment, includes sanitation, right?
It does. It's both the sanitation and the other private property owner as well.
And so the original, the way it's laid out, there's no platted Monroe, period. Either the old maps
It's
that we
on
pulled up or the
maps
current use.
and everything. I mean, it's shown for, gosh, Michael, I don't know how many years that it's shown as having been used by the public, but it's never been platted.
And the current,
And it's.
or the curve.
Yeah.
Both.
Both.
And we need
Yeah, I don't think
need one.
either of them are
We need one.
platted.
We need
we need an access point off
Yeah.
of something that looks, that something in the vicinity of what we call Monroe, which is not actually a thing. It's not a platted street.
So,
It's
is that,
it's never
I mean,
been platted, but I
so-
understand it appears in certain road inventories.
Yeah,
So I think the presumption
It
was at some point in time it had been, but it never was.
and it's been that way in both curved and straight alignments. So we have good, like, historical and,
Legal precedent
legal
as to
precedent for both
use.
alignments.
Yeah.
But both, I mean, again, correct me, like both straight and curved alignments infringe on
Adjacent property.
adjacent properties.
Yeah.
is
either
that,
way,
like,
even-
as the jurisdiction that's
Also infringes upon our property.
for the city to
Yes,
clean up?
just in,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
That's, that's in the city's jurisdiction, and that's something that, if that happened on we are currently working on those kind of right-of-way
The-
issues.
we-
Would
yeah.
that be the city's
We've
responsibility?
approached the city about that and they have indicated that, they want the county to take care of acquiring that access as part of this application process instead.
Like absorbing Monroe Street as a county?
As a part of,
Right.
to where we would acquire the right of way as part of the plating for the Justice Center parcel.
Okay.
As the access point.
So that's incorporated in the permitting work?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And I just want to clarify, I don't know if Chapin jumped up, but that there is no current issue with Chestnut then? We're good in terms of the design plan and such for Chestnut? Because that's a vacated, part of Chestnut that statutorily each adjacent property owner gets to the center line of what was vacated. And so the county, I just wanna make sure, I don't wanna get us down to the 11th hour, all of a sudden come back and they say, what about Chestnut?
I think that Chapin.
I don't see
Chapin,
Chapin.
okay,
Right.
anyway.
We can-
no, he's here, no, he's
Oh,
there.
there he is.
I'm still here.
So Chapin, I'm sorry, I was just asking to clarify that in terms of your statement about the access issues, that it's mostly Monroe, we don't have an issue with what's proposed using Chestnut, the vacated part of that right of way?
I think that's a pending review of the redesign plans. The last set of plans that I've seen showed an access on basically both the north and south side of the center line of Chestnut Street. So if assuming the plans have been redesigned to redesign that access to be on the southern half of Chestnut Street, then per that 1930s, I guess state statute that allows the county to have ownership as an adjacent property owner, then I guess it would be my interpretation that the county owns the southern half of that right of way. And therefore, if you're proposing the access to be in the southern half of that right of way, that there's not an issue, but I haven't seen any redesign plans yet. So
Yeah.
I guess
Chapin,
pending review.
Yeah, Tracy at Martin and Martin has shifted that fire access lane so that it is from the center line of Chestnut to the south. It doesn't extend north of the center line. So I think we should be fine in that regard.
Okay, and I just want to provide a final comment that I don't think the Monroe Street issue should be oversimplified. There's really three parts to that. That the property, the Monroe Street, the current alignment, the majority of that is within the county's property that they have purchased. But when you get too close to the intersection of Monroe Street and the highway, there's really at least a twofold issue. One is that the proposed realignment to accommodate the parking and et cetera, that is proposed on private property, both the Mark the Archangel LLC and the sanitation property, and then let's see here, and then and it's also not right of way. So we've discussed with Chris and Lori, and I have all met together to dissolve or discuss what's the best resolution to this issue. And I'm not sure if this is the appropriate venue for me to mention some of those issues, but some of those involve legal matters that I don't think I can mention here in this meeting.
That's probably good.
Fair enough. Okay.
Well, we'll put together a meeting with some internal stakeholders then, I would imagine, since Commissioner Fiedler has been the lead. Maybe you and Tim, as the leads, can work on setting that up.
Yeah, I think it's, giving Chris the resources that
Aspect
she
that
needs.
we've been debating for months.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
sounds good. Thanks, Chapin.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for presenting all that information. Thank you, GSG, FCI, RJA,
RJA.
yes,
And Alan.
and Alan, of course, for making the trip, always. I don't know that we have anything more to dig into right now. Tim, do you?
if you have any
We're
other
missing
questions
anything.
for, contractors and staff?
I think, leaving today, to your point, I would like for us to set up a time to have an extended work session, I guess. Just to go through like some of those numbers and get in depth on the options. It sounds really like we're leaning towards option A, I think, from the consensus of the group, that we feel like that might be the best path forward, but I think we wanna get through, I think for me, it would be helpful to have that work session and have an opportunity to have staff present us with, staff's done those budget projections out, the 10 years, but I'd like to get that further out and then, like if you were to lose a portion of that valuation, what could you fall back on? How do you plan in contingency to reduce services in other areas to accommodate services in this area, or like what does that look like? I think just kind of having that roadmap, even if it's not something that's set in stone, but something that somebody down the road can fall back on, would be helpful. Because I definitely don't wanna leave this seat and then, 5 years after this is built, things are falling apart and we can't do anything else. So, leave it better than we found it, so that future boards aren't in the same position we're in.
Yeah, I'd also, in those conversations, of course, like to figure out just the amount we can put down on the project.
Yeah, I think that's part of it
Cash,
too.
and figure out what, I know we kind of have a number in our head of what our risk tolerance might be on an annual payment, but if we need to nail down all the other demands and lower.
Yeah, I think so too.
So.
And that'll tell us the years that we want to finance something too.
Right.
If we do go down this road, like what does that? But I think if we're under a deadline of October 30th, we should probably find some time sooner than later.
That's just for next year's application.
Underfunded for next year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not just for it, but.
But I think, is
No,
the
I understand
decision
what you're
enough? Do we need to have some
also
detailed
saying
finances to give to them, or do we have, is a consensus of moving forward on the project enough?
I think they just need the consensus on the project, I think, and they know that we have more detailed pricing coming, so they're expecting, but I think they really, the top line number.
We have the conditional application and 2 underfunded courts, and then they're just wanting to know which way you're going.
Like prior to review.
Yeah.
Prior to review applications, you mean? Like prior to spending the time to review.
They need to send a packet to their board.
Yeah.
Like a week before their actual
Right,
meeting and review and in the in-person presentation, so they don't wanna put something in the packet that's, incorrect or not gonna happen.
Understood.
So I think you have enough information.
Yeah, I think so, and again, they're expecting, they know that we were doing revised pricing, so they will accept a little supplemental information on like the top line number, but they don't need our COP numbers or.
Okay.
It's really just the construction cost and location, and as much confidence we can give them that we're green lighting the project.
Okay. We have a mic for
Thank you, commissioners. I just, my comments regarded the underfunded as well. I think the presentation for that is on November 16th. And I will be in Denver that day and can assist with that. But if you need anything leading up to that, if there's anything I can do to help. I just want to let you know that I'm available for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who, do you know which one of you, the point of contact will be for that? I know Kayla, you and I were there a couple years ago or maybe last year.
Have you presented too?
I haven't.
Okay.
I think, I can't remember if I had a conflict or if we just did it as the chair. But
I don't know.
I blocked that out of my calendar. I'm happy to
Okay.
do it. I'm happy to
Okay,
see, so.
okay, that'd be great, I think.
I'll touch base with you, Commissioner Fiedler.
Great.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Cool.
Right.
Okay.
Well, thank you. We'll get that scheduled soon. Sorry, I mean, the sooner the better, but what really is a drop down for all of the, contractors and our consultants waiting in the wing?
30 days.
Yeah,
Well, sub bids are due on the 10th of October, I believe, Mike, so
November,
November
beginning of
10th
November, okay.
would be great. I don't know how.
So kind of like 10 days.
Yeah.
Okay,
No pressure.
sounds good.
We can do it.
Yeah, we'll find some time.
All right.
Okay.
Excellent.
so much.
Thank you
Yeah.
for your time. Thank you.
If we take a break before the next.
Sure.
Sounds good.
gonna come up here? Okay.
It doesn't matter.
3 slides to navigate.
Okay, oh.
Yeah,
Or
it
not,
really
or
is to
you
keep
guys
me
can,
on track, I feel.
alright, okay.
Brenna's helped
If
me
you're
do
ready.
that.
I think we're ready.
Okay.
Are you ready? Alright, alright, we'll get into our next agenda item. We're gonna go to, the request for proposal for the community leisure and recreation space presentation. So Adam Bay and Brenna Smith are here, and go ahead and please take the lead.
Okay, thanks, yeah, I'll take the lead on this one, I guess. Adam Bay, pros director. Hopefully for the BOCC and county manager, this won't be a big surprise, coming in front of you, since we had our meeting on, what was it, September 25th? Follow up from our September 11th meeting, where we had county, city, PB Swims, Lake County School District, a bunch of other partners in the room talking about a community rec center with a pool attached to that. A lot of that had been driven by the pool discussion, but of course, as per the pros master plan and discussions internally in the county and with other partners, thought that would be best to be discussed in the context of a larger community rec center. And so, first order of business to get stuff moving along, at the end of that September 25th meeting, there was verbal approval for us, myself and Brenna, representing the county, to move forward on putting together an RFP for a feasibility study. And so that's the materials that you were given in your packet, as a draft for that. And I did see, Chris, that you had opened it earlier today, so the draft itself, we tried to put it together as kind of basic and simple as we could, but still being clear that we wanted to, there are a few key items that we wanted to have in there, and I'll talk about that as we move forward here. So why we want to do this, so 2 departments here in the county again, pros, Parks Rec, Open Space, and the library. Brent and I have been talking pretty much since I think I've been on board 6 months ago, kind of talking about these bigger ideas. As you might know and will hear in some of the budget discussions next week, pros does suffer a little bit from our sort of decentralized and aged buildings and recreation infrastructure. I'd been asked when I came on in April to do an evaluation and assessment of the pros infrastructure and how some of those buildings and or fields could be repurposed. So that's part of the background of where I'm coming from in my department here. The pool discussion, I mean, we've got pool period in there. It is 100%, in my kind of work plan to have an aquatic center or pool in this bigger project. We have some difficulty meeting some of our community needs and requests for recreation infrastructure. Library, also struggling with space issues, also having some difficulty meeting some of the community programming needs, kind of growing out of that space there on Harrison, so looking for other opportunities. We have seen other working models in the state with community rec centers with shared services that do include libraries, sometimes a chapter, sometimes a full, main branch of a library is in there. And we've also seen childcare in those spaces. We've seen senior centers in there, and so we're really trying to keep things pretty wide open, kind of exploring a shared services model for this site. Most definitely including the pool. I'm just gonna revisit that one more time in case there's a confusion there. So what we're proposing here, we want to explore options that would have a center for a multi-use space that could include those things that we just talked about. The community space piece there at the end, I know we've got Lori on the line there. Brenna met with Lori and her crew last week on sort of where they're heading on the convention center and what kind of amenities and services that they might want to provide in that space. So we're just trying to stay in touch with them so that we're not duplicating efforts on that. So, why we want to do it? I think we already saw this one, right?
Yeah, I think we're the wrong direction. There you go.
Okay, so how are we gonna do it? Feasibility study is the first order of business. You know, as I mentioned in previous community meetings, there's a couple of things that we want a firm or an individual, whoever's gonna submit a proposal for the study. There are a few things we want them to look at, looking at locations, exploring different funding options. You know, we've thrown around lots of different ideas for funding options, but it would be great for someone who has skill set to roll out these feasibility studies to package that all up for us, do the appropriate community outreach and engagement to kind of get that feedback from important folks. So we have a better understanding of what is actually possible, what would be feasible for us to explore in terms of funding, instead of throwing options out like rec districts or sales tax or property tax, no levies. Let's get a little data behind that so we can make more informed decisions. There'll be a considerable community feedback and engagement process, both pre and post study. So working with the key folks in this community to get their interests, make sure that's accommodated in the study. But then once the study is complete, bless you. Once the study is complete, charging that firm or individual with actual communication and outreach so that everybody knows exactly kind of what they put together and where we're gonna move forward from there. That's it for the presentation. The draft is also in the folder there. I would kind of, if Chris, if you had any comments on any of the structure of that. Again, it's very simple and basic as we felt it could be, using past RFPs that the county has put out there as a template. The scheduling, depending on approval here today for that RFP, or if any edits need to be made, we would hope to post that anytime from now through the end of November. There is a December 1st deadline for DOLA on possible funding for that, and I think that's around $25K for that.
Yeah.
I'm guessing we've kind of been down this road with Randy before on this. Brenna has taken the lead with that communication, but we think by December to have funding in place to support the feasibility study, solicit bids through December, and hopefully get somebody rolling on this by the beginning of the year of 2024. That's the quick and dirty for that. So hopefully it's not much of a surprise of what we're asking for, but certainly open to board and anyone in the community for questions.
And just to clarify, when are you looking to get this RFP out?
ASAP. Yeah.
What's ASAP mean?
I mean, whenever it's approved. I mean, if you get approval today, then.
It needs, the draft needs some additional
Okay,
work to it.
great.
So-
That's why, yes, I mean, I figured it would,
And
so.
The RFP is
Hopefully
no,
good time
no cost commitment, right? Like, it's just an RFP, you guys don't have to decide on it. We do have opportunities with DOLA for funding for these feasibility studies. It's a study that would be worthwhile should you wanna move forward with them, but if you're all right with the RFP, we can work on that.
Is there, I mean, beyond the $25,000, like DOLA admin grant, or what is it called? It's really just
Yeah,
it's
Planning
grant.
planning grant.
Yeah.
There is more, there might even be some with GoCo, yeah. Or no, I don't know. Anyway,
No,
we'll have to figure that out.
Yeah, I've
what
only
the
looked
costs
into the
come.
DOLA one.
GoCo's outdoors, I don't think this would qualify for an outdoor project.
Right,
Yeah,
okay,
they've already kind of
no,
said no on that.
okay. Just a couple thoughts, and I don't know if it has to be explicitly stated in here, but you mentioned childcare, but it's not in the RFP, and I also wonder, I mean, that also seems like a pretty, and I'm sure Commissioner Marcella can better comment, but it seems like a pretty specific, and as we know, like very expensive rules and regs, and I'm wondering if it makes more sense to kind of just get like a square footage cost rather than any sort of in-depth if in-depth and conceptual can be used in the same sentence, like, childcare space. Guesstimate to the space, or do, I mean,
Like
and
added
also
into
with
this? So are you saying you want it
consultation.
added in here?
Well, if that's a piece of this, it's not in the RFP right now, if that would, I mean, I think in consultation with the Bright
We
Start
know, well, I
and
think the
Coalition.
future of childcare in general in Lake County depends on having a physical location, right? So, like, no matter what we do, we'll have to have a physical location. It would be nice if we could get some ideas of what that cost could be.
So we can add in, the childcare to that, cause part of the RFP, right, is part of that community engagement, but if we can get the square footage from Bright Start and operational costs and the cost of the licensing, right, that can be plugged into, right, like the feasibility
Yeah, we can
study for a
definitely
new
get that for
building.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think, so we should add it in, a childcare space.
Yeah, and the cost will vary based on if you're doing infant care to preschool age. Right now, there is no childcare in Lake County for children under the age of 1. And the
Bright
cost.
Start doesn't handle under
No,
one.
we are not licensed to have infants under 12 months old. There is zero care for infants in our community, so, I mean, when we're talking about like, people leaving our community and things like that, like, a part of that is because we are a childcare desert and we don't have that ability for families to like be full-time in the workforce and take care of children. So, but that comes with an additional cost, because the lower you go in age, the higher the cost to, Colleen knows that.
Yeah, and I guess as you're talking too, I guess maybe I'm gonna contradict myself in my beginning statements of like, maybe just a square footage assumption would be easiest, or, I mean, we'll have to look at the proposals, but I think if that's a real option for childcare in the community,
yeah,
it should be, because it's not gonna be a shared common room space, right? Like, I think I've heard that thrown around here and there in conversations, and it's not that easy.
No, it really can't be, just because of licensing requirements.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, like, it would just have to be like a separate, like, wing, I guess you would say. But I don't know, Colleen might be the best person to like answer this once we go down the road of the RFP, but, like, childcare requires you to have so much space or so much time for children in a gym setting and an outdoor playground setting, and so like, if you incorporate those things in a community center, like, that's something that we wouldn't have to take on ourselves as Bright Start if we built a new facility. Like, playground costs are expensive. To have the surfacing and the right structure and all that kind of thing, and so if you incorporated that in a community center to incorporate like indoor and outdoor play space that could be utilized for childcare licensing, like, that would cut down on our capital costs too. But, yeah. So, would we consider having an owner's rep through the RFP process?
I don't think we would need it for, I don't think we would need it for the RFP process. I think once we get the RFPs back and they're reviewed by staff and by the commissioners, then we could make that decision.
Okay. Cool.
A couple thoughts on the scope. One is, have you ruled out any other locations? Or like, I specifically like LCIS, I mean, work has been done, very preliminary work has been done on bumping out that pool setting. I know, obviously there'd be like so many complications on that, but just, I just wonder if it's worth, the question is like, would we really only look at those 3, or would we include others?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've been thinking, even with the question on the childcare too, do you want to list ahead of time all of the services and all of the locations, or have language in there that keeps it open to explore other sites that are not county owned, such as LCIS? And I from the meeting that we had on the 25th, that was the first time I heard a little bit more from the school district in being open to that as a possible site. I don't know if that's just adding a little bit of language where it's, I think when it says locations and it says including, and then lists those three, maybe including but not limited to.
Yeah.
If it's desired to have a little more specificity in there and put LCIS in there, I mean, I would just wanna talk more with the board, the school district board, to make sure that's in there, or if the language can be loose enough to say including but not limited to.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, I don't know how fancy you can get with an RFP, but maybe like definitely including those three as sort of like a core base price, and then like include in the bids, you know, one and two additional site assessments.
Sure.
You know, and just sort of see.
Yeah.
I think we start like adding like a matrix of like lots of different options on services is gonna become too many options to RFP, but I think studying, definitely getting bids for like one or two additional locations to be analyzed would be good.
I think we can do that. I think we tried to stay tidy with county-owned properties within our two departments, so, but didn't want to make it that exclusive if there were other opportunities for locations.
It also seems like it might be good to wait to issue this until after the election and we know how the school bond votes turn out.
It's just around the corner.
I mean,
Chris, how much time do you think?
I'm actually, as I'm listening, sending even Adam an email with the RFP that we previously did for grooming services. It has kind of the standard format and four-page stuff in it, and requesting that y'all take the draft that you have in the packet and kind of
Squish
use
that,
that
yeah, I
into
took drafts from Ann's department and from Adam.
So that I'm sending you that, so.
Okay.
Just a request if y'all can get that and send it to me, a revised version, and then I can look at it as soon as possible.
Okay, yeah, we can be on that.
Actually, I take back what I just said, because I mean, well, like I mean, the analysis needs to know what the school's doing, but like the RFP with one additional vague site can go out.
Yeah.
Yes, as I say, you don't need to wait for that, because there's no obligation to issue a contract under the RFP.
Yeah.
Regarding sites to community park, I don't know that we, I mean, it's about 10 acres east-west of the field, but I don't know that we need to be completely bound to that. I mean, there are possibilities that we could acquire some more land adjacent to that, so I wouldn't want to limit that either. And then the cafe kitchen space, is that more like a concession space, or is that a commercial kitchen space?
I mean, it could, there's a couple options, I think, like one of my colleagues out on the western slope, they included like a, like kind of picture like the AMAX room, like probably 3 times the size of the AMAX room with a way to like, you know, to block off those spaces, and then they had a commercial kitchen, and then they, people can rent it for events, and then you know, and then they can do catering. They also, the plan, I don't know if they've done these yet, the plan is also to do, you know, cooking classes, that kind of thing as well. And, you know, and then there's, you know, models with libraries that have, you know, small cafes in it, so people can grab coffee, sit down, do their work, whatever. And usually the model for that is they contract with an outside service. So right now, we're just, you know, ideas.
Okay,
right now, so.
yeah, that's on, I mean, I saw a little concession thing in Gypsum's rec space, and I think if the senior center's included, some sort of kitchen will be needed to provide
absolutely.
meals and like share that space somehow. Okay. I don't think I have any other questions for you.
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm good to move forward with that. I think if you want to get.
Yeah, we'll stay connected.
Yeah, I guess maybe worth thinking a little bit about is it worth putting in the RFP, talking about kind of other smaller or any revenue generating options? Maybe we put something in there that's just pretty vague like that, because I know also in Gypsum, they had, like the physical therapy, like the office in there, that was for like the US ski team or something, and like, so maybe other just creative revenue generating option.
Even meeting rooms, but like a lot of libraries, mostly districts do this, like if they charge for the meeting room spaces. If they are like not, like county or city departments or whatever, so I mean, we get hit up, a lot, but like our policy is they have to, like obviously, any county or city government, but we also to the nonprofits that, they get to use it. We don't, because we don't charge, we don't let businesses use it, but I think there's absolutely, and there's structures that libraries will put, like, oh, if you're a nonprofit, you charge this, if you're local government, you charge this, if you're a business, you charge this. So, yeah, I'm happy to look at that. So I think that would open up, a lot of opportunities.
Okay. Okay, and I guess I'm, like you saying that too, and talking about managing that space, I would not have originally imagined the library managing that kind of space, but the rec or community center managing that kind of space, and then that just leads me, and maybe not something to put in an RFP, and, or maybe you do.
We have a thing about operations, yeah, we have a thing.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, whether that's an outside.
Yeah, and those are, I mean, that's the three big pieces, I mean, kind of, what it is and where it's gonna be located, the funding, and then a sense of big picture operations costs. And then the community engagement part of the community is library and pros, talking about where, where those respective programs are going and who would kind of be a management authority or something like that.
Sure,
and of course, folks like Michael and his team are gonna have to be there as well, because there'll be a considerable maintenance need component to that. But I think we did add that operations piece to the end of there, and it should be in the scope.
Okay, great. That's I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Awesome.
Okay,
cool.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can, I guess if Chris has shared that template.
I've already sent
it.
Yeah, okay, cool, we'll get right on it. So,
push that, do you wanna push it out after the election?
No, I think it's fine to push it out, because, but yeah, by the time we actually get it out there and people start responding to it, we'll know.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good.
And then I could communicate out to our partners that we've been kind of having community discussions with to make sure folks know
that it's out
things are
there.
moving forward,
Okay, cool. Thanks, you guys.
Great.
Yeah,
thank you.
The county has access to BidNet, so I would certainly put it on BidNet and to get it out to everybody.
Cool, awesome.
Yeah, and I know there's
Crystal used to help with that, but she's not here.
Okay, yeah, that's okay, cool, that's awesome. Cool, what do you?
Oh, I was just gonna say, cause I reached out to other library directors for suggestions, and I have a couple names that of firms they worked with that they found successful, so I figure I'll just throw it out to them as well.
Cool, sounds good.
And yeah, so do we need a vote, or you just guys just say?
Well, it's not a
yes,
formal, not in a work session.
Okay.
But, and the RFP is just putting that out, there's no formal decision to be made on that until we get the proposals back.
Okay.
And.
Cause I'm like waiting, like, is there a vote, what's going to happen, make sure we're good.
We just clarify the board's guidance is to finalize the RFP with their input, and then we can release the RFP via BidNet and our other channels.
Okay, so Adam and I will work on based on your comments and stuff.
Well, I just sent you a template, so if you can just.
Put it in, smash it into that template,
Like,
perfect.
take out the stuff regarding
Okay, and then should we send it back to you, should we send it to everybody?
Just send it back to me and
Perfect.
Liz.
Okay,
Okay, that'll work.
rock and roll, alright.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
Josh like, whatever.
Josh.
I'm gonna do a special meeting.
Well, we can push back the special meeting, right? I mean, since you're here, the board's open. I
It
mean,
was
Claire's in my
noticed,
office.
I was gonna say, it's been noticed, the special meeting's been noticed at a certain time. My suggestion is
You
you
can
might
start
wanna
late,
adjourn
not
this.
early.
Yeah, adjourn this to do the special meeting and then pick this back up afterwards,
I don't
which you
know
can
if I
do.
wanna adjourn the work session, go back into the work session. What's on, sorry.
Well, I mean,
I'm
you
totally-
can, you, I don't think you have to redo the Zoom and stuff like that.
It's the
Because
same
it's the same link, so I would just
You can
say,
just go into pause, suspend the work session.
Yes.
To go into, hold on a second.
Okay.
Hold on, I don't even know what.
Alright,
Thanks,
thank you,
Colleen.
Colleen. Thanks for coming.
Oh, okay.
And then
Okay.
Alan, Liz will follow up. Maybe we'll reschedule the board. And then I will connect you with Stephanie and Jennifer if you have some other general fund levy plans. I mean, it's all based on current mill rates.
Yeah, we can, that's sensitivity is not all right.
Okay. Okay.
See,
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
this is my life.
Yes, thank you for coming up.
Sure. Let's go. Let's go. It's a beautiful day, so I have to take it when I can.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Here we go.
We're gonna adjourn the work session to accommodate you.
We're gonna,
no pressure.
Just public meeting notices, it's fine.
Yeah. I know.
Josh is appreciative.
Sorry, Josh.
maybe, what, 10 minutes? I don't know.
I don't know. Claire, what you
I would
got?
say it's 2 resolutions, maybe 13 of these, maybe 30 minutes.
Okay.
25.
They're pretty,
My
yeah, they're
office
pretty
is still
simple.
29.
Okay, yeah.
Josh, you can-
I text you.
You can sit in my office too if you want.
Oh, I'm hungry.
Okay.
Okay, alright, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Thanks. Oops, sorry. Thanks.
Alright, we're gonna suspend our work session and, convene into our special meeting, scheduled for 11 o'clock. It's 11:02. And, we'll go back into our work session. So on our special meeting agenda, are you ready, Tracy? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. And we can stop sharing, would you stop sharing this part of the screen, please, Kayla? There you go. Okay. Alright, again, we're gonna go into our special meeting and then come back out of that, back into our work session. It's 11:03, we're here for a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We have on the agenda the discussion and consideration of resolution number 2023-15, a resolution amending the Lake County Resolution 2011-31 regarding disaster declaration authorizations and pre-disaster emergency spending, and resolution 23-16, a resolution adopting the emergency operation plan for the Lake County, state of Colorado. Claire, do you want
Do you want me to admit you into the?
Yeah, maybe it's just easier if I drive.
Sure.
I'll share my screen and we'll go through a few things.
That sounds great.
Okay.
So thank you all. I know you guys have had a lot of discussion this morning. So I really appreciate you guys taking the time to take a pause and take a look at the EOP. So sorry, I'm just gonna oh, I'm disabled.
That's not. There you go. You should be able to now.
Okay, so the first resolution in front of you is resolution 2023-15. As we discussed at our work session, we wanted to do 2 things to amend resolution 2011-31. The first was to add the county manager position into the ability to declare disaster in absence of a board member, and also allow them to authorize pre-disaster spending. So this resolution reflects those changes. As also instructed, I did some research on if the $100,000 pre-disaster spending limit was still a relevant amount.
I reached out to some partners at the state level, consulted with some colleagues across the state, and the recommendation that I was given was to up that to $200,000. That's in line with other emergency management offices around the state, and recommendations from DHSEM. So that is the first resolution in front of you. You can see that change to 200,000, as well as making it so disaster declarations can be done by, as we discussed, really in a perfect world, the entire board, the board line of succession, the county manager, and then the county emergency manager can all declare disasters. When it comes to spending, any resources we can spend in that pre-disaster, it's at the discretion of the sheriff, the county manager, and a board commissioner or the county manager. So, any questions on that?
No, not on the resolution, just, you know, in the past, we've had spending and calls going out, and so I appreciate just the continued effort to train everybody on their authority, and, you know, I think that those calls are made absent true knowledge of kind of the SURF program and the resources available, and other options that may have been at hand or not necessary. So that's really important. But thank you.
You have no questions for me?
No.
Okay. Do you want to read it into the record? Do you want me to read it into the record?
I can read it into the record. I just had clicked on 16, not 15. So hold on a second. Right. Resolution number 2023-15, resolution of the Board of Commissioners of Lake County, Colorado, a resolution amending Lake County Resolution 2011-31 regarding disaster declaration authorizations and pre-disaster emergency spending. Whereas CRS 2433.5-7033 defines the term disaster as meaning occurrence or imminent threat of widespread or severe damage, injury, or loss of life or property resulting from any natural cause or cause of human origin, requiring emergency action to avert danger or damage existing in the state or in any county, city, town, or district in the state. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners, the board acknowledges that many types of disasters occur with little or no warning, and that the actions taken in the immediate response to the disaster can have lasting consequences throughout the incident. And whereas the board has determined that it may be critically important to avoid delays in disaster emergency response efforts resulting from the inavailability of the board to make a declaration of local disaster emergency or to authorize the expenditure of funds needed for ordering necessary response resources. And whereas the board previously adopted Resolution 2011-31 pertaining to disaster declaration authorities and initial pre-disaster emergency spending, finding that the sheriff, director of emergency management, and a singular commissioner have the knowledge and experience necessary to make reasonable and immediately necessary decisions to respond effectively in the event of a local disaster emergency. And whereas Resolution 2011-31 authorizes the Director of Emergency Management to declare a disaster emergency and authorizes pre-disaster spending to the Director of Emergency Management and the Sheriff and a singular Commissioner. And whereas since the adoption of 2011-31, the county has implemented the position of a county manager, who the board also finds to have the knowledge and experience necessary to make reasonable and immediately necessary decisions to respond effectively in the event of a local disaster emergency. And whereas the board desires to delegate to the county manager and the director of emergency management the authority to declare a local disaster emergency in the absence of the board. And whereas the board furthermore desires to authorize the sheriff, director of emergency management, and a singular commissioner and/or the county manager to have the authority to obligate the board for up to a total amount of $200,000 for costs relating to ordering immediately necessary disaster emergency response related resources and services. And whereas the board finds it has the authority to make the subject delegation of authority pursuant to CRS 24-33.5-709, CRS 30-11-1071AA, and CRS 30-11-1071N, and other applicable legal authority. And whereas activation of disaster emergency response efforts through applicable local and interjurisdictional disaster emergency response plans require a formal declaration of local disaster emergency by CRS 24-33.5-709, and whereas the board desires to designate a singular commissioner as the principal executive officer of Lake County for the purpose of authorizing the Director of Emergency Management to declare a local disaster emergency in the absence of the BOCC and when circumstances so require. And whereas the board finds that adoption of this resolution authorizing either the county manager and Director of Emergency Management to declare a local disaster emergency and further authorizing the sheriff, Director of Emergency Management, and either a singular commissioner or the county manager to take all reasonable and necessary steps, including but not limited to ordering disaster emergency related resources and services without prior consultation with the BOCC when circumstances so demand reasonable, necessary, and the best interests of protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens and visitors to the county, as well as property located within the county. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of the County of Lake, State of Colorado, that Section 1, the Lake County Sheriff, Director of Emergency Management, and either a singular commissioner or the county manager are hereby authorized to obligate the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Colorado for the expenditure of a total amount not to exceed $2,000 without prior notice to or approval of the Board of County Commissioners when the Sheriff, Director of Emergency Management, and a singular commissioner and or county manager reasonably determines that such expenditure is immediately necessary for the purpose of initiating emergency response measures in the event of a local disaster emergency, such as but not limited to a wildfire incident. Section 2, the county manager and or Director of Emergency Management is hereby authorized to declare a local disaster emergency without prior notice to or approval of the Board of County Commissioners when the Director of Emergency Management and or county manager reasonably determines that such an action is immediately necessary for the purpose of initiating emergency response measures in the event of a local disaster emergency, such as but not limited to a wildfire incident. Section 3, for the purpose of minimizing the possibility of redundant ordering of emergency response services or resources, any expenditures made hereunder shall be communicated as soon as reasonably possible by each person ordering such services or resources to each of the other persons authorized hereunto to obligate the board for such expenditures. Section 4, expenditures made hereunder by the sheriff, Director of Emergency Management, and or the county commissioner or singular commissioner shall, as required by law, subsequently be reviewed and ratified at a regular or special meeting of the board. Section 5, county staff is hereby directed to confirm the existence of adequate funding in the county's fund balance for the payment of up to $200,000 for financial obligations incurred hereunder, to ensure $200,000 available for payment of financial obligations incurred pursuant to this resolution. Section 6, the authority delegated by the Board of County by the board to the county manager, sheriff, and Director of Emergency Management hereunder shall be delegated by the board to each individual member of the board. Section 7, no delegation of authority contained herein shall be interpreted to limit or otherwise affect the authority of the board or any of its individual members, authority to perform its legal duties or otherwise act in the event of circumstances constituting a local disaster emergency. Section 8, existing or parts of existing resolutions covering the same matters as embraced in this resolution are hereby repealed, and all resolutions or parts of resolutions inconsistent with this provision of this resolution are hereby repealed. I will entertain a motion.
If you scroll back to the top.
Yeah.
It's 23-15.
All right, I will make a motion that we approve resolution 23-15. a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Colorado regarding disaster declaration authorizations and pre-disaster emergency spending.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion?
None for me, thank you.
None for me.
Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Great. Who wants to read the next one?
So that was the longer one.
Oh, okay, but
So thank you all. Actually, before we get to that one.
I can read it, but not my.
So the next one, is adopting the emergency operations plan, and sorry, let me pull this up actually. So as we discussed the EOP in the work session on the 12th, again, thank you guys so much for your time on that. I did in your packets include just a brief memo of the changes that were made since that work session, incorporating your feedback. Just to briefly highlight them, a lot were just formatting, just general review kind of things. I inserted a table of contents. I did remove the Leadville Police Chief from the signatory since that position is currently vacant, as of tomorrow. We can always add that in later. This does go in front of City Council for adoption as well. Commissioner Mudge, in terms of your feedback on page 16, there is an added hazard specifically concerning post-fire flooding.
Thank you.
So that is called out. Updated some of the projects that were completed this summer from the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, added in that we did 6 acres in 2022. Allie and I have been working on updating the emergency and disaster responsibility section of every Lake County job description. So it used to read just one sentence, like you may have to do this in case of emergency. We fleshed that out a little bit just to talk about trainings and exercises in the hopes that it would encourage employees to come to OEM trainings and be a part of that, to better prepare our staffs for if they had to be reassigned. So that language is called out, added in the resolution you all just adopted. Added in the South Central Region All Hazards Partnership to the integrated preparedness planning process. And then the other feedback was kind of adding in some language regarding the Board of Health. So that is now on page 41, under the Lake County Public Health Rules and Responsibilities to provide situational assessments to the Board of Health or the Board of Commissioners in that role. And then page 77 also does include a line just about the public health authorities coming from the Lake County Board of Health, who are the Board of County Commissioners. And then updated appendix 2, table 2, that was just the list of emergency management annexes that are in support of the emergency operation plans. We just reviewed the disaster declaration annex, so I updated that to show it was done in 2023. There are no major changes to the recovery plan since our discussion, and we've discussed everything that was changed to the disaster declaration annex was reflected in the resolution you all adopted. So are there any questions about the emergency operations plans or the changes or, yeah?
On the city police, don't you think, won't there be like an acting, presumably someone, there must be someone in charge of that department.
And the city administrator currently, but,
Is the city sorry, I don't remember, is that a signature? The mayor and, yeah, okay.
Okay. I just don't have to go back and change it, like, in a couple weeks or something.
Yeah.
I just wonder if there's a way to phrase it as, I don't wanna get into like a line of succession that we don't control, but.
I think, I don't know, depends on what you think. It could just be the city administrator and the mayor sign it, since the chief of police is vacant right now and that position reports to the city administrator. I don't know.
I think my hope is that if we leave it off for now, if the city does move forward with another police chief, that I could come to them, sit down, review the emergency operations plan with them and really have that conversation. Right now, the city administrator, just to clarify, isn't a signatory on the page. The mayor is with city council's approval. So I could add in a line for the city administrator and have her sign off on it, or we could have the acting officer for Leadville Police sign off on it.
And yeah, and this is going to the city as well, right? So they can maybe make that decision.
Yeah.
minutes for that. So.
Alright, thank you, Claire.
Yeah.
I can read this one into the record.
This one's a little bit shorter.
Yay. Alright, resolution number 2023-16, resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Lake County, Colorado, resolution adopting the emergency operations plan for the County of Lake, State of Colorado. Whereas pursuant to the requirements of CRS 24-33.5-7078, each county disaster agency shall prepare and keep current a county disaster emergency plan for its area. And whereas the purpose of the Presidential Policy Decision Directive is to enhance the ability of the United States to manage domestic incidents by establishing a single comprehensive national incident management system. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners, the board desires to reaffirm Lake County's commitment to use the National Incident Management System. And whereas the board's resolution 2023-15 entitles the county manager and or director of the Office of Emergency Management to declare a countywide disaster in absence of the board, and further authorizes the director of emergency management, the sheriff, and a singular commissioner or county manager to spend up to $200,000 to respond to an emergency or disaster situation. And whereas furthermore, the Director of Emergency Management and County Manager have pre-disaster authorization from the board to mobilize resources and request mutual aid assistance to respond effectively and quickly to an incident. And whereas the board desires to adopt the updates 2023 emergency, the updated,
Yeah.
and then above that, the above whereas the board authorization from the board to mobilize resources. Okay, I'll start the last whereas again. Whereas the board desires to adopt the updated 2023 emergency operations plans, EOP, and supporting plans and annexes. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of the County of Lake, State of Colorado, that Section 1, the Emergency Operations Plan for the County of Lake, State of Colorado, attached as Exhibit A, and all supporting documents, plans, and annexes referenced here are hereby adopted. These supporting documents can be found listed in Appendix A of the EOP. Section 2, the board finds that approval of the Lake County Emergency Operations Plan is in the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare of Lake County residents and visitors. Section 3, the board hereby reaffirms Lake County's commitment to the use of the National Incident Management System. That's fine. Section 4, the board approves the Lake County Emergency Operations Plan and authorizes the Director of Emergency Management to administer and implement the plan for Lake County. Section 5, the Director of Emergency Management is authorized to make non-substantive changes to the EOP as necessary. Any major changes proposed by the Director of Emergency Management shall be reviewed by the board and approved or disapproved by the board. Any changes approved by the board shall be adopted by resolution. Section 6, the board delegates to the Lake County Director of Emergency Management the authority and responsibility for coordination, mission, tasking, implementation, and management of emergency and disaster planning and response for Lake County government and elected Lake County offices. Section 7, the board authorizes the Director of Emergency Management to facilitate mission tasks and coordinate direct assistance by the appropriate and necessary elected offices and county departments to assist in an emergency or disaster before a declaration of emergency or disaster is issued. Okay. Very good. Okay. I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number 2023-16, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners adopting the emergency operations plan for the County of Lake.
So moved.
Second. All right, any further discussion?
None for me.
Thank you for working on all this. No discussion?
No.
Okay. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor? Aye.
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 Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all. I'll get these printed off and bring them to you all for signature.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Claire.
Thank you, Claire.
Okay. And that concludes our special meeting agenda. We will adjourn the special meeting and go back into our work session at 11:25. Thank you very much, Tracy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Time.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Okay.
Thanks, Tracy.
We need to wait for Josh.
He's right there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just like being delayed at the airport, huh?
Am I actually up?
You are
Yes.
actually up. Did you put it in the Teams?
I did, yeah.
Okay, alright. We can take it away then.
You can take off.
And take it out.
Oh, do you think he's gonna leave this?
Please start, Josh.
Oh, there, okay. I found the wrong close.
Just gotta pack it.
Okay.
All right, so after a day of discussing much about money we don't necessarily have, we have more to discuss about money we may not have. So the airport, I've been tasked with making capital improvements at the airport outside of the airport itself as well, in the development of the potential airport business park. The big piece of this right now that encompasses me at the airport, inside the airport property, is the infrastructure piece. The idea here is that potentially we could tie in the infrastructure extensions that will go to the airport to the new business park site. Currently, what we're looking at right now, we need sanitary sewer. I am not privy to a lot of what's been going on in sanitation, but I do know that that is kind of a mess right now. Commercial power, that one's a simple one, relatively, other than cost. That we already have commercial power at the crusher at the Public Works' mine site, their crusher down there. So it's right there just down the road, and then natural gas, which would need a bit of an extension up 24 and then up the road as well, following the commercial power out. Currently at the airport, stormwater is not a piece because we already have it. But stormwater for the future business park would be a big piece as well, as I'm sure everyone in here, actually probably Michael, has dealt with in this last summer. So this was a cost estimate done in, I believe in September of 22. There was a cost estimate done in 2020 and it was about $1 million less than this, so it kind of gives you an idea of cost escalations we've seen because of COVID. So I believe the one in 2020 was about 1.6 million and now we're at 2.7. This is from 22 as well, so I'm not sure if this is held or if this is maintained, but this kind of gives you a rough estimate of what it would look like just to bring those extensions to the airport. Sanitary sewer is quite expensive. The issue here we have is that with the fall and kind of the current setup of the current septic system that we have, which is here, it would be easier for us to tie into that current septic field, and then we'd have to bore underneath these two taxiways here, which is a big chunk of the cost. Ripping up the taxiways is kind of a non-starter for the FAA. But so they would have to bore underneath here and then it would come out along here and then drop this. Thankfully, we have a decent amount of natural fall. I did learn that there's too little, obviously, the gravity has to be is the source of momentum in this. But you can have too much, and that the water will leave the other pieces behind, which I did not know that. So that was kind of a funny aspect I learned about sanitary sewer, is that you cannot have too much water flow, otherwise it doesn't carry the other pieces that are necessary in this to the site, so.
The solids.
And the solids, yes, there's a good word for it. And then, so that's the green line here, you're seeing, that's why this cost is pretty high. For the three-phase power, it would follow up the road on current poles that are already there, and then it would drop over here and go underground, out to the site. We are developing currently here,
Is it dropping underground because like FAA regs or?
Yes, those are, technically there's poles here right now that I believe are part 77.
Yeah, they're in the part 77 clearance.
It's an
so they'd have to-
obstruction issue.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Even these ones down here eventually, I wouldn't mind if they went down just because they're still, but there's enough trees there as well that it's like, wow, it's a moot point almost. But it would go underground here because of it'd become a part 77 as they climb up the hill here. And then natural gas obviously will be underground through there as well. That's the kind of just the airport piece right now. I'll tie in a little bit here when we start discussing sites.
Sorry, one other question, is there, deeper in that report, is there a breakout between the electric and the gas, like the different dry utilities?
I do have one, yeah.
I don't need to know, I just.
Yes, I can send, I have a fair amount of documents and stuff that are provided by Kinley Horn, our engineers, for a lot of this. Cause we've been working on it, for the last, since I've been at the airport, so. Yes, okay, so yeah, the next piece I said, we'll extend these, infrastructure pieces to the potential airport business park site. We'll include cost estimates for that project, in the RFP. I will include that in there so we can see what that additional cost would be. It'll be part of the site development cost. So, a lot of this was provided by Kinley Horn. They have a side that's not aviation related that does a lot of this type of, development. So first piece he said was land use planning. We had to make sure it's zoned properly. If it's gonna be a mixed use area, he did bring up, I know, and this is a big point for the county, is this area potentially somewhere we could put more low income housing? Commercial retail, business industrial, business professional, and current recreation that we already have on the site, or near the site, which is the bike trails, archery, the motocross track, and the gun ranges. Title work obviously is a big piece. Thankfully, I don't think this one had a lot of mine claims on it in the past, so we don't have to worry about mineral rights too much, but it's something we would wanna look into. Again, easements is another issue, as you guys are figuring out with Monroe, can be an issue, but I believe since we already own all the parcels around there, it wouldn't be too much of an issue.
I think the tower work's already been done.
Yeah.
And Ann learned, at the Brownfields workshop this week that, I believe phase 1 and phase 2 were completed with Mark Glenn and Paul Clarkson for the 800 acres that the county owns up there.
On the, east side of the road.
I think that whole chunk that the county owns.
Oh,
that
okay.
The full 800 acres, I think, has been done, and searching for the documentation, but there's for sure a phase 1 done on that entire site.
That's good to know.
We think there's a phase 2 done as well.
Does any of that phasing, did that include any of the environmental pieces?
Yeah, phase one does include environmental stuff.
Okay, so.
Not in depth, but it will bring it up if you need to look further.
Obviously, we'll have some environmental pieces here since we do have so much mining history. There are some old trestle train track stuff through there. I believe there was a mining camp they found, but I don't believe it was near where we're looking right now, but that was previous. I don't think we have to worry about endangered species because we don't have any wetlands, which is that Rocky Mountain toad or something. The boreal toad, that's what it is, thank you.
Wow.
And thankfully, this area that we're trying to look at is not covered in former slag piles. So, that's a big piece as well. I don't believe it's even in underneath any of the super funds. So that makes it a little bit more approachable as well. Site planning would be a big piece. Roadway access, not a huge piece, because we already have a very good dirt road right there. I don't think it'd take much to improve that to a asphalt road because of the current state of the dirt road. Utilities, obviously we've discussed that. I'm sorry, and I would say that road is for one of the sites. If we look at, we'll see some other ones here of potential sites that do not have access to them currently, so we would have to put in a decent amount of infrastructure in the form of roads and access points to get to some of those sites. We'll look at lot layout, use and sizes. Is it gonna be like a phased size type thing? Are we gonna start, reasonable and then leave ourselves spaces so that we can continue to develop as interest becomes, hopefully, more prevalent when people start to see that things are already moving. I talked about this, drainage and flow, regional detention, water quality issues. That'll be a big piece. And I don't believe, as long as we're not taking like FAA federal dollars, it does pull us back a little bit from some of the constraints, and I don't think they'd help us develop this anyways, and we don't have to apply or follow some of like the federal like development rules, which is a little bit easier to do and less cost. We do with the FAA, we have to consider height of buildings. Up on that hill and far enough away from the airport, it shouldn't restrict us on developing warehouse type buildings and stuff like that. But that is a consideration we'll have to look at as well. And then that realignment piece is a little, that doesn't apply to this as much. Financial planning, obviously we've talked about that a lot today. It's gonna be a lot in the county side on the initial investment for maybe development of the site. But the nice piece of this is that we will have an ROI if we do get companies and businesses to utilize this site. So it becomes an assessment of like what that cost return looks like, what that, how long that'll take to, recoup that cost. And I think that's a big piece that the board could consider, necessarily we maybe not need to borrow money for this because we will or we could borrow money on it, and then because we're making revenue on it, it does give us a little bit more leverage for better borrowing because we're gonna be funding and easier to pay that back. So this is my lovely handwriting with a trackpad. But I believe Bryce did a map, but I didn't ever receive it.
Were you not? No.
Maybe I did and I didn't see it. Sometimes my emails get buried. But I can pull it up
You have a
too.
Bryce made
That's
map
okay,
as well,
this is,
but-
we know what
Yeah,
this looks like, I think.
Sorry.
That's fine.
I did this quickly and, cause I was like, well, I don't know if I have this map. Site 1 is currently kind of, the highest priority looking wise that we're gonna utilize this area because of, feasibility of developing it. We do have a good road in place already. County owns this parcel here. We do have an issue that this is rented by, or leased by the archery range. But there is, I believe the fence line's about here. So we do have plenty of room still over here. There's one drainage in here, but it's not very deep and not very big. Site 2 is definitely more work to develop. It's not very level. It's quite of a incline and a hill. There's a pretty steep drainage inside of that, and we do have access to it. It is close to the potential infrastructure pieces as they come up. But I believe the topography of this area makes it less feasible in regards to development. Site 3, county owns this. I believe there's a property line here that is the airport, but then outside of here is all county property. This area does not have very good access right now. Currently, there's only access off Highway 24 down here. It's not a great road. I believe it's all dirt the whole way. And it is fairly flat it does have some incline, and there are a few drainages we'd have to contain or contend with in development of this site. Also, the infrastructure costs would go up substantially on this because they would have to be completely separate of any of these extensions here that we would have to spend money twice pretty much because we're not already heading in that direction.
Can they extend off of that, or can they not go into the runway?
Not natural gas.
When we repaved the runway, they wouldn't let us go under it.
Maybe power, but natural gas is a big piece, especially because you can't sleeve it. Cause if you sleeve natural gas, it gives a place for, there's a leak, so it can explode. Which the FAA really doesn't want under a runway. It becomes another big cost of trying to bore underneath the runway and then come through this area that isn't developed, doesn't have any access right now. There would be also a hefty amount of tree removal in here as well.
So right now, that's still the best option, get to that gas line, because the next one's by Forest Services office. That'd be the first connection is.
Cause Stringtown's not on natural gas, right?
Yeah, so I know Excel had talked, I haven't heard anything official, but Excel had talked about bringing a natural gas extension to Stringtown cause they're all on propane.
Mm-hmm.
That if we could maybe work with Excel in that regards of, hey, I know Tim and I had a discussion with Excel that they're not really keen.
They wanna see the RFP to tell us no officially, but if you close this real quick,
So can we just back up?
Sorry, your presentation.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
So we wanna put in infrastructure and then master plan after the infrastructure's there?
Maybe if it's a different site, what do you look for?
Close that. And then the map I just put there. So this gives you a better, not that yours was not good, Josh. Better area, so area A would be a proposed area to move public works to. And area B and C would be areas for, business park development. And if you look on the west side of the airport, all the county properties there's, kind of a road there, so like all those, the recreational facilities, the archery range could be moved to that side fairly easily.
I will say the archery range, while unfortunate if we do end up having to move it, of all the pieces that are in the way, that's probably one of the easiest ones that we could have to move. So there's that benefit of that. I do, if we end up having to utilize that area and kick them out of that spot, I know we've done a ton of work in there.
Can we not, is there an issue with winter access? Cause we don't continue to plow under the power line. Is there any issue?
No, we plow all the way to the gun range all the time.
Oh, we do, okay.
I think, Commissioner Marcelo, to answer your question, this was, we've been waiting, we can combine this infrastructure RFP with a master plan for the area. We have master plans for this area going back 30 years. But this is, it seemed more appropriate having the, most recent cost estimates in 22 from Kimley Horn. And to see what the board's appetite was for this, or if this is, non-starter or what?
Well, I guess my concern is like, if you put the infrastructure in and then you master plan after, so you spent millions of dollars to put infrastructure in to service the airport and the hangars, that's not a high enough economic return on investment if a master plan doesn't pan out in this area for me to justify that infrastructure. So if you don't have, the cluster information or the NAICS codes or whatever that looks like to go into that area to say like, here's what you should put there, or what you can or can't put there, or what a traffic study will allow you to put there, or what other improvements you have to do to put things there. Are we putting the cart before the horse just a little bit by being like, let's just throw millions of dollars to put all this infrastructure out there and then like, oh, okay, now we have to do this before we can actually market it and incentivize it? Or should we like get the whole plan put together before we like put the infrastructure in?
I will say in doing this, and my understanding of what I was doing was that I wouldn't get infrastructure unless we did the business park.
But, and that's what I'm saying.
That's what I was thinking, that's my whole philosophy on this, was that I was gonna send out an RFP to include the infrastructure with the site planning, or the site feasibility study, or whatever you wanna call it, for the site itself.
So,
And that would move forward only on the condition that we were gonna build a business park.
and that's what I'm saying, we don't have a master plan for a business park to say, here's what businesses you should put here. Or here's what businesses you could incentivize here, or this has a highest rate of return for county evaluation purposes of mixed use, or only commercial. Like, we don't even have that data.
I think it's a good question, and to me, there's like, well, just trying to understand, it seems like in this RFP, and we could include some analysis of like, is this plan that's coming into the airport, like, does it serve areas A, B, and C? Like, you could, because we're not actually extending it into those areas, so any future development, like, slowly coming back to your point, any future development in A, B, and C, which has yet to be actually planned, I mean, they're gonna have to extend, there's gonna have to be more utility work.
Correct.
For that, so I mean, we're not laying anything under, like, nothing's going into A, B, and C yet, we're just getting it that mile closer.
Except for the water line.
The water line, right?
Yeah, we do have water on site.
We do have
That is
water on site.
one piece that's nice, that we already do have a water line there.
Yeah, but like, none of the new work is gonna encroach on A, B, and C, right?
Not unless we
So-
tied it all together, where that, like I said, if we start the development process for the business park, and then the infrastructure pieces come to the airport and the business park upon development.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, to me, it's like, I'd like to do that planning too, but we're not gonna actually like run anything somewhere that's gonna have to be like undone. To me, it's more the question in the RFP should be, is there anything about this first phase that wouldn't be able to serve A, B, or C, right? Like, so that we don't get there and be like, oh, well, we can't tie that sewer line in, or like, oh, but for some reason we can't get gas that, across the road, is that?
Kind of, but I guess for me, like, I struggle justifying that on the, what if this works with A, B, and C, and we put all this money into infrastructure to this location, meanwhile, we have communities that don't have infrastructure, like, that have sewage running into their fresh water sources. I mean, just on the like, well, this might work one day, like, for me, that's not like, I mean, there are actually people that need infrastructure in their communities to be able to survive. And so like, without having this properly planned out through a master planning, project evaluation, economic impact, I mean, I just think it's like a little bit putting the cart before the horse. And I'm not saying no to like doing any of it, but I'm saying like, maybe the RFP needs to include more things than just like, hey, we're gonna put this all out to the airport, and if it works, then we'll do a business park here. But we don't actually know what that business park could look like right now.
Is this utility plan necessary for the hangar expansion and like sort of near-term airport plans?
And we could continue to operate in what we have right now. We're a little bit limited. Commercial power would be nice just because of the size and how many more buildings we'll have and stuff. The issue with sewer is that we just run out of room for septic at some point potentially. It's one thing I want to discuss potentially with community planning and development and public health is kind of the rules for septic as they apply to an airport are much different than like a housing area.
Right.
Cause maybe we have 10 hangars and they all have a bathroom, but I don't think
No
that
one's living there.
constitutes the same amount of volume.
Yeah.
So I've been wanting to have that discussion a little bit too, because we still live by the rules of a residential septic, even though we necessarily don't have quite that it's not the same scenario in that regard. And then for gas, we'll just have more propane tanks in it. It's doable, costs more, for people and for us to heat. The other issue is there is a safety issue with just having more tanks.
Totally.
As Norm tried to blow up the airport a few years ago.
But two, is natural gas a necessity if it's like, if you're moving towards the greenhouse? Or like, what is that? I don't know.
I was trying
That's
not to
why
get
I'm
on my
asking you.
soapbox.
Okay,
I will
sorry.
tell you.
Well, pretend I didn't ask that question.
But I've been invited.
I mean,
I mean, it's completely not aligned with anything that the state policy is trying to do.
I don't even think we've defined what we see in
Want?
each other's heads as the business park.
Yeah.
Cause in my head, it is basically, it was so minimal infrastructure, and it is targeting and incentivizing location or businesses in the city and in commercial core that can relocate because they're mainly storage or the keeping of equipment for some other specialized services. It is not hotels and like commercial and residential space mixed. It doesn't look like the downtown corridor to me. And I don't know if I think it would be helpful for us all to share what
That's
our
fine. I
vision
just
is.
included that in there because my engineer was like, he's like, this is just possibilities.
Oh, yeah, it's totally possible, but I just don't know, like, the other thing I'll say, one, Michael, I'm curious about Area A, because I think the gravel pit is permitted all through there, and that's like years, it's not?
Nope, there's a line right through there.
Okay, well, that's good to know, cause otherwise I was like, why would we build over there? But if this is hard, like, I think we're maximizing, if this is harder to get to, is it worth investing in the infrastructure now on the west side? Because we could have housing, I mean, that's hundreds of acres over there, right? And we don't know what the acreage is. Are we gonna start with just a parking area for heavy equipment for that kind of light industrial or storage as an airport business park that opens up downtown city properties, and now we both are benefiting from higher return of commercial investment in properties?
Well, I guess that's kind of like my point of like, why.
And if it's harder, I'd rather spend the money now maybe to do that and prepare for mixed potential housing and commercial, because that's not all going to be commercial, I don't think.
No, and I guess
unless we have some big box stores.
No, and I guess what I'm saying is, like, I think it would be a missed opportunity if we move forward with putting this infrastructure in and not master plan on both sides of the airport. To be like, if you put, I mean, cause what if they do say that, yes, you have a higher rate of return on the west side. If you put the infrastructure in over there, yes, you'll have to still do propane and septic at the airport, but the return on investment for the county is, 36 residential units and 6 commercial businesses, which equal this in county valuation. And that evens that pie out, whittles down that piece of the pie for Climax even more. Or, hey, you know what, you'll have way more return if you only do commercial here, or you'll have a higher return if you only do residential here. But like, I don't think we're at the point yet to even answer those questions without asking for that plan first. And so like, then what happens if we sink millions of dollars into this infrastructure on this side? And it's like, oh wow, if you guys would have gone to the west side, I mean, you would have had more opportunity for a higher return on investment.
Yeah. And by plan, I mean, to me, like, back to somewhat Sarah was raising, is like, we don't, like, the plan doesn't necessarily mean like identifying every single building, like we're not planning, it's not about a master planned community.
No.
It's more just like, what is the plan? Like, is the plan that we
What you could do
are
here.
providing open land that has utilities, or do we map out the roads and some lot sizes with a little bit more clarity on what we're pitching to people?
Do we
Yeah, like
subdivide
what-
it?
Yeah, the all,
Yeah,
like how, cause there's that huge question, like how far do we go in, you know, like we go all the way to providing like turnkey commercial space for people and hope we get that investment back. Or we provide land that has utilities.
I will say, if that's the route you wanna, you're moving out of my area of expertise, I'm already a little bit stretching it with what I'm doing right now. If we get into that side of it, then I will.
You'll need help.
I will graciously ask for somebody else that has more experience to do that, because I don't think I'm gonna do a good job at it.
well, I don't think we have the staff capacity to do that right now.
The other issue too, I will tell you, just my airport side, the stuff I do know about, you start building residential stuff around the airport, you're gonna have all kinds, we'll start contending with noise complaint issues. More than
We
we
do
already have.
already.
We have a few, we don't, but thankfully, the topography right now is most of the noise kind of just goes over the top of
Yeah.
everything. If you start building stuff down there and we're doing helicopters and planes and stuff, it is a can of worms that there is FAA funding to do noise complaint studies, because people insist on, well, the land around the airport's cheap. And then they find out why, because it's noisy, and then they complain about it.
But see, like, those are things that I don't think we know of either. Enough about to be like, oh yeah, let's.
I mean, I'd love to know whether or not it's ever worth exploring building housing around the airport, because there's hundreds of acres of county land that we could build housing around the airport.
Totally. I'm
And
not
if we,
saying that's.
and is it really like, yeah, like Stringtown is right there. Why
Yeah.
shouldn't we build more? I don't know.
One consideration I will mention
I
too.
hear you. I don't disagree.
Well, no, for housing and stuff, is do you intend to sell the land then to those to those people?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, that's what my head for the commercial too.
Well, the
If you
commercial
sell that and
space,
get the commercial revenue.
I think we could use a model like the airport with ground leases, that we could lease the land as a county. That way we maintain that property. I think that has more value to us, because unfortunately, whoever was commissioners in the 80s decided not to lease our water rights and sold them all, and that hurt. We'd be sitting much prettier right now as a county, funding wise, if we had those water rights still. So I think for us, and you guys talked about encumbering county land, I think maintaining county land that we do have, and that is more approachable through commercial leases than it is through residential.
Well, and this is attainable to be serviced by Parkville too, right?
It is already that.
It is the blue line there is water, yeah.
But they could bring it down to the west side.
Yeah, so right
Absolutely,
now, anything that's built on the airport or in section 34 has to attach to that water line,
It has to,
has to.
okay. But Parkville could take that down to the west side.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would think so. I'm not sure what their capacity is, I don't know.
One thought about the west side is would either be septic or we'd have to put in a sewer plant, because it's uphill to the sewer plant.
Oh, it's below the.
Yeah, this is sanitation right here.
Yeah.
So you're here and you start building out here,
Yeah.
unless we have lift stations, you're not getting up there.
Michael, what is the topography on that west side? To you, or even
It's
from
like
that
this?
original old?
Yeah, it's got a lot of drainages in it.
It's fairly, if you look at like a platting or a topography map with the topo lines on it, it's very gentle downhill, and it is overall very flat in regards to, like, if you looked at it from like the overhead view. There are, like we said, there are drainages and stuff down there you'd have to take care of.
Towards the highway.
Yeah, as you start to get into here, these do get fairly deep.
Do they?
Probably
Culverts
30,
or
40, 50
crossings?
foot.
These?
Yeah.
Okay. But that's the further west you get?
Yes.
Okay.
So like this, there's that house, I think because this property is for sale right now too.
Yeah.
This house right here is part of that, and like if you look in, you can
see.
It's very deep through that bottom part, but once you get up in there, it is actually
pretty flat.
It's better.
And I know where that kind of weird shaped check mark, whatever, property
Yeah.
that the county owns there, that we sold for a subdivision.
Uh-huh.
That's pretty, smooth on the top.
Right,
but it sits on the top of the hill, you'd have to go up the valley and come back to get up to it.
okay.
And the other issue we have with access here is that the county, we don't own any of these parcels along the road. So we'd have to get, either you come around underneath the airport runway here, which you do have some issues. I mean, the highway's already there, but that is the runway safety area.
Okay,
So you either have to come around and come this way, or you have to get easements through private property up
Come,
this way, or you
come
come.
through, come around and come which way?
You come, so you could branch off the airport road and come around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or you come in, right down here, you just have to get easements through private property.
You know, there's Cheryl Muller owns all of that along the highway.
that's right.
I think some of those are for sale. I think those might have just listed recently or something. I heard something about it. But I don't know if that makes it any easier or not.
Can I ask what Dallas's opinion? Or,
Sure.
I'm curious. I would love to hear anybody else's opinion. I'm curious what your opinion is, Dallas.
Well, I'm just kind of curious that, as an example, if you move public works out there, then is the current land you're in useful for building housing?
Very valuable.
Yeah.
For building houses.
Yes.
No, 100%.
So, you know, you do the swaps.
Right.
And you find out, because once you're out there, then what other commercial places do you go out there? And then how can you take the commercial places that are there to use for housing, so you keep your housing in the core?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not,
Rich Lamberti would probably love to.
would it not be totally impossible to move like CPD out there? And I was looking at pros too, but if they're looking at a recreational center, they can build offices in there.
Mm-hmm.
But other county places like that, maintenance would obviously go out there, so.
I see this as a site for a new business. We just became part of the rural jumpstart zone. So to bring in new business here to offer more employment opportunities, that's what I envision out here. There's more business opportunities.
And to that point as well, I think a lot of this, I've seen it with the hangar development side. A lot of people don't want to do any of the work up front to kind of get the ball rolling. But once they see that they don't have to do as much, I've noticed that much more people are like, oh, you're already doing it? Oh, I'll jump in on that. Because they don't want to do any of the initial heavy lifting. So it's kind of one of those, like, maybe we have a few pieces that are like, hey, we're gonna build this, they're already signed on. I think once people see that we do have it, you'll get more interest as well.
To incentivize new business.
I think, and that to me is the question, is like, if we could either add into this RFP or like get a quick separate analysis, like, when you offer a land lease opportunity or something, as you go up the tier of what you're offering, but like that basic land lease, like how is that usually offered or structured? Like how close do the nearest utilities have to be? Like what quality of, just, and I'm not asking you to like, I think back to Caleb's original question, I'd like to at least have done enough, I wouldn't call it master planning, but like
That's the only word I could come up with.
understanding of what is conventionally offered in a minimal land lease. Because again, to what you were saying, is like, what's the barrier we're trying to clear here to make areas B and C attractive to relocating or attracting new business?
So it's gonna be attractive to locating new businesses. Oftentimes it can be a package of things. You can have tax refunds.
I wasn't even going there, I was more just thinking like, if power is more than 100 yards away, no one's biting. Like, I sort of want someone, or is a quarter mile cool, right? Like, I just wondered, yes. Which make sure there's.
Well, and I think too.
Or same with water, like, is natural gas still like a complete must-have for what businesses?
And just, I'll do a quick piece on heating hangar or warehouse type buildings. Hangars are about the same. Currently radiative, like gas powered heating is the most efficient method of that still. There isn't.
Natural gas powered heat.
Yeah, so they use it. Even our hangars aren't very efficient because we use those Resnor heaters. That's trying to heat a whole air column. Radiative heaters, they're much more efficient because heating that whole air column is very difficult. instead you're heating the things on the ground, like the people that are in the way that I could go into it more, but it is,
you're at
at the
lowest.
current state of what we have for technology, natural gas is the most efficient way to heat a space that big. If you have lower ceilings, stuff like this, certainly heat pumps and electric and stuff works.
Mhm.
But when you're trying to heat that large of an area of gas, it is very inefficient to heat in some of the current green methods.
Okay, yeah.
I did a fair amount of research on this back in the spring, so.
Well, and I think too, I mean, we just saw the price tag for our $65 million Justice Center.
I won't tell you how much, no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Well, and really like, okay, if we were to move Public Works, like one, what's the cost to move Public Works? And two, what's the value of the property under Public Works?
Right
and
now,
the-
it's
and the-
zoned business and business.
Where
So-
Public Works is at?
Well, no, that one right there.
Yeah.
So it would have to be rezoned to be able to put the equipment there.
Mhm.
Good thing about that piece of property is that I've got county road access to it, which is County Road 45,
Right,
which goes right down by the airport.
and which parcel are you looking at?
A,
That's what I thought, okay. But I guess that's what I'm saying is like, the actual construction costs of moving Public Works out
yeah,
there.
I'm looking at that, so.
Yeah.
So if you look long-term, if you make the commitment for the Justice Center to make the payments, what are we doing at the same time to increase the revenue
Right.
to the county so we can reduce the dependence upon current revenues to make those payments? That way it doesn't become a 40-year obligation to the county if we increase revenues from someplace else. You know, look at increasing the revenues.
Yeah. And that's the piece the airport is good for that. We don't take a lot of input from tax dollars, at least locally, to generate revenue, on the airport itself and then what we push out into the community from the airport.
Yeah.
So I try and leverage that the best I can is that, hey, we're one of the few entities that the taxpayers in our town get to see, actual revenues generated, a healthy amount of revenue generated out of that airport, so. Continuing to develop businesses outside of that, I think is just, will benefit us in the long run of, trying to provide the services that necessarily, like a Justice Center, hopefully most of our citizens are using it. But that is also a contentious point, is that, hey, you're gonna spend a lot of money on this new fancy building and stuff, and I'm not gonna get to use it, right? But if we can justify it because, hey, we're cutting costs and making money here, and then it kind of eases that on the palate a little bit.
And that original triangle is totally off the table.
I will say, I've looked into the process of liquidating federally funded, FAA-funded land. I don't think any of you will be in office by the time we get it done.
I don't think so either.
And
Even-
once it does, it goes up for auction, it doesn't go just to the county, even though the county.
Anyone can bid on it.
I just, so.
Isn't that crazy?
The
I just
FAA,
feel like the boundary, like the original just reason behind the boundary can't be justified today, really,
Yeah.
there's a lot of pieces in that, in like the safe, like there's overlays that I have that it's crazy to look at them because they go up into the air, they're invisible lines and stuff, but
Into the airspace?
Yeah, into the airspace. So if you think about it, it kind of looks like a stadium where like there's like tiers going out from the airport. So there are safety pieces of having that big of a parcel because it does allow for just I saw a comedian the other day, almost probably upper 90% of aircraft crashes occur when the aircraft touches the ground. So,
Well, there's that.
so if that's the areas that aircraft are most likely gonna touch the ground is around an airport, so.
Well, and I mean, I'll just say, like, I think we have to make some trade-offs, and I'm not opposed to making trade-offs of like moving recreational facilities or whatever that looks like either, for the greater good. I just really want to make sure that we're in a place of like, hey, if we put this infrastructure out here, we are going to see a return. And what does that return look like? Because we might, I mean, I just think like we have to understand the cost of like what it will take to move Public Works out there, because we will have to pay for that upfront. while
Maybe
this is being developed and not collect,
Maybe not.
You
There's
know?
grants that I can build public works buildings, pretty much that will pay all of the building costs,
The rural development ones?
as long as it's a public works facility.
What-
I did
well,
look
I
into
mean-
some of those grants, they do exist, I tried to use them for the airport, but it didn't qualify.
yeah, and I mean, that's fine. But like, we have to understand the like, I have, like, I can't go into like 2024 and be like, oh, we're gonna spend $65 million on the Justice Center and $20 million on public works facility, and it'll be covered by this amount of grants, and we're gonna put infrastructure here, and like, I just like, my head is going to explode at the fact that like, we don't even have enough staff to answer questions in CPD. So like, I mean, my head will literally explode if that is not taken care of first. I'm just gonna like throw that out there as like, this is great, I'm not opposed to the plan, but like,
I guess,
internally.
I will say, this is what I was instructed to do.
No, totally.
I am happy to continue doing, I just need guidance on what I should continue doing, if anything, right now.
Sure.
That's where I'm at, is like, do you want me to continue to push this forward? Cause I will, but I need more guidance on, do we wanna do an RFP for each site? Like our potential cost estimate for each site? Do we wanna pick a site? Do we have any idea, like you said, you want a master plan, do we want a master plan for all of this area? Do we want it for a phased master plan, so it's each of these areas?
A, B, and C.
I will say, I know Mike has picked A, but if we're gonna bring infrastructure up already to B and C, it might be more cost efficient just to put public works there.
Right.
Which you don't need a huge yard, it's not
Well, I
giant.
think we need to decide exactly what it
Yeah,
is
I
we're
did, 'cause I'm
talking about.
overgrown where I'm at, and we're
Well-
talking about other things being added.
But that area, I will say, we won't be limited on, I don't think your encroachment, I will say, on potential business development would be huge, because there is a fair amount more land there than where you're at currently in the city.
Here's a surprise. I'll throw out a vision.
Okay, hit us with it, Sarah.
I mean, I don't have it perfectly formulated, but I
I can see
envision
your conceptual pie chart right now.
this space. Like, I want to invest in this infrastructure so that we actually move appropriate businesses out of areas they currently occupy, that can be put to a better, higher and better use surrounding the city. I want to not affect any of the recreation around there as long as we can, because I think that's also a part of attracting really awesome businesses. And in my mind, I guess maybe this is like maybe too small of a goal, but I just wanna start, and maybe it's just because when we go too big, we lose sight of things and we never keep a handle on it and see it through, or I shouldn't say never, but, I really want to focus on that piece of like getting light industrial or things that aren't like accruing sales tax or whatever down here and relocating businesses. And I don't understand yet what the bigger opportunities are in other like big manufacturing interests or something that would choose to relocate to Lake County. But I also want to, I think with all of those other little pieces, that opens it up for the bigger pieces, and I wanna do it very, you know, that's 156 acres or something that you've got in B and C. Like, let's start with, well, a plan, right? Somebody can come in and say, it. But we can start with 20 acres at a time, because we've identified businesses downtown, and this is the move, and these are our incentives, and.
Well, and that's where you take that cluster data, right? That NAICS code data. So like, what are goods and services, and now you can capture that with the Wayfair stuff. So like, what are goods and services that are being sourced outside of Lake County but delivered to Lake County? And like, a few years ago, it was like automotive resources. So like, is that an opportunity at the airport? I think it would fit very well up there. But like, we don't have that data to like clear that area to say like, hey, we want an over the over the road truck shop there. Like that'll bring money in, it's a business, it qualifies for rural jumpstart, you know, but like that's what that cluster and that NAICS data will tell us is like, these are the top, these are the resources that are being purchased outside of Lake County and brought to Lake County most frequently. Where if you had that resource here, you would collect more sales tax, you'd collect property, you know, you'd have all these trickle down effects from that cluster data. But we don't have a plan that says, hey, we've done all this data collection and analyzation and here's what would fit there. And I think before we like you're saying, have to decide, do we only need 20 acres or do we need 10 acres or do we need all 156 acres, right?
Right.
That like, so
Is the archery range that green, is that actually where it is?
I believe so.
yeah, I think that that's
Pretty much where it is.
Why is it so much bigger than the shooting range? No, that's not important.
that's not important.
There are 4 different loops that go through the trees.
Okay.
Cause there's space around the archery range that can
Thank
be
you.
used without ruining the archery.
Yeah.
The issue with the archery range is the shooting range is built where you're shooting all in the same direction, there are berms in place. The archery range just relies on some trees that arrows don't come flying through.
You just like
Um,
trails, yeah.
Okay, that is really close to some of those, one of those.
It is.
So there is some issue and some safety issue with building right next to the archery range. If there weren't, they make like, they seem like, I call them like paintball nets, but they're very tight net for like golf course type stuff.
Yeah.
That'll stop arrows.
Yeah.
As long as they're not like broadheads. A broadhead's gonna go right through that, but.
Okay, so
And
I'm
they're
so
usually
sorry.
Go ahead, sorry.
the archery range.
Go ahead.
Well,
And I
So-
wanna generate
yeah.
revenue to offset things, sorry, just
yeah,
complete my
Also go.
vision statement.
Go ahead, Jeff.
so the kind of study you're talking about, I want done. I don't know that I need it, like, for me, I don't, like, I have confidence that like some businesses will find this land attractive, like whether it's relocating existing ones or new business, I don't know, I don't need to know exactly which ones they are, cause I imagine you can, there's like many layers deep you can go in that analysis. I think to me, it's more, actually, Josh, could you bring up the other, like the one from the RFP of like where the proposed lines are gonna go?
Oh, sure.
Cause to me, the question is just like, while we have someone there with a boring machine and a trenching machine, could we go under the road? Do we go under the road once, or do we need 2 stubs? Like, is there like a little incremental work we could do while we have a crew mobilized that would just, you know, save a potential developer, land lease, you know, person $100K of mobilizing another crew, you know, so.
Well, and I would say this layout is designed specifically to service the airport. I think if we get a site pick for the business park and stuff, we would decide what's the most efficient way to bring utilities to both. So then it would be like, is it better to follow the road? Or to cut through the trees and whatnot and then
Yeah.
stub it off to the airport, you know, stuff like that.
Right, so I think that's the question I want to get answered, so we don't like so we leave like a 10 or 20K hookup fee for someone, not a unknown, you know, couple $100,000 hookup, like right? And again, I don't think we need to necessarily know exactly what businesses we're pitching.
No, but I mean, you need to know how you're gonna use the land, cause if you're gonna leave the
Yeah.
archery range there and then not do anything there, are we really gonna drop $3 million to the airport for
Sure,
no
on the
other rate of
archery.
return?
For sure on the archery range.
Like I said before, I envision this as that I'm not getting infrastructure unless we're building a business park, at least not right now. So that's kind of, if you wanna use
I
that as
can
my
appreciate
motivating force to try and get this done. Cause I do have some, you know, skin in the game where this does make my airport more approachable for development.
Yeah,
in the future.
totally.
And there is return on that, we do make more revenue because some of these pieces would exist. It makes it more, it's better to develop for people that come in, right now, they see that we have natural gas and
Yeah,
this, and it's like, oh, I don't know if I want all that, like.
yeah.
So as a developer, they look at the number of things that they have to do to be successful.
Yeah.
And so what Jeff's saying is if we can minimize the number of things they have to do to be successful, they're gonna be more likely to move forward. They're kind of they have a balance of risk, that's why they make a high return on investment. But if you can say, we get you part way there, it does open it up to more people not be willing to look at it.
Well, and that spurs a question, we could put the infrastructure in and a company could come in and need 100 acres. And it could be like the best thing since sliced bread for Lake County, but we don't know what that is. So do we plan a 20-acre relocation of all the downtown businesses for a spot, for a corner of that? Or do we do this and see what happens? That sounds really irresponsible, but.
Well, I think too is that.
But is it, I mean,
If we don't
I
even, if
also
we
have
don't
faith
do,
that something would happen.
if we don't do any of this we don't actually pay for any of this right now, other than maybe some planning pieces. But the community starts to see that we're doing this planning and stuff, I think that'll generate interest in it itself. Maybe that's like, hey, we've done this study, this is where we wanna build a park, and we haven't really sunk any major cost into it yet. And then that can give you, kind of give you your gauge of what we could see.
Well, you have to also look at, what's gonna be the cost of land downtown or in the area where you would have residential. Cause that's just gonna keep going up as the cost of housing and everything else goes up. So that makes the move to the airport area more attractive because they can then turn around and sell the land that they're leaving.
Yeah.
So Kayla, having heard all of this, like, what do you think, like, the kind of right or minimum scope, like, additional scope of an RFP or scope of an additional RFP, like, complementary RFP to know? Because to me, it's like, how far do we go answering the question of what are we trying to mesh? Like, I mean, I think definitely, like, having some discussion on, like, archery relocation.
Yeah, I think that, like,
And then like what utility stubs
Mm-hmm.
to cut, right?
Well, and
'cause
this
we
isn't
sort of
jo-
wanna have a spur.
Yeah, if that's the
Across the
design that
road,
makes the
right?
most sense. It might honestly, because that road does kind of curve a little bit. So that, actually, this layout may be the best one because it does cut some of that corner. We don't have to follow the road with the infrastructure.
Right, right.
But it's, to Jeff's point, yeah, it's like I need the guidance of what you want me to see, as far as like what I need to put out. If you want me to put out an RFP, you want me to do more of a planning type piece, that, like, I mean, an RFP for planning, I guess would be what I'm saying.
What about, how would like would a better functioning EDC, no insult intended at all, be able to say, like, put something out today for vacant land that's totally like this and be like, okay, we need to understand, like, who wants 100 acres and they're gonna do all of it on the west side, or who's gonna, before we even
Yeah, they have to have a staff person first.
get a, yeah.
So
I tried to be on there and I got elected and then unelected in like 2 minutes.
one of the FTs, one of the new
What did you
FTs that's
do?
printed about
Nothing.
it, the development
I broke
manager,
procedure.
Yeah.
would be some of that, like the airport stuff, be part of some of that for.
Well, I guess that's hard too for me to see, because then Tim talked about like childcare with that position, like just a mesh of everything, and so I'm like, ugh. Like
Well, that's why I was
I'm
really
sorry, like,
dreading having to give you guys this presentation after what we just talked about with the Justice Center stuff,
We
because
just
I'm like,
drug it on.
oh no.
Tortured you.
Well, I'm like, it's just
Well, it
because,
seems like a consultant does that.
yes,
Because we aren't gonna answer who's attractive here and with a.
that's what I'm
FTE.
saying, we have to have somebody
We're not gonna
consulting.
say,
well, I have engineers and stuff that I
we just have
can't
to put it
task this
out
with.
in some publication.
And then to
Like,
say, hey, your land use code needs to have these changes to allow this to happen,
Right.
Yeah.
based on the highest
Yeah,
return on investment. Right, like, we don't have the sophistication internally to do that.
Gotta make it happen, to
Yeah.
make it happen.
Right.
So Jeff, when you talked to Buxton, I thought you talked to Buxton.
It's the
That's the
Fort
company out of
Collins?
Oh,
Texas.
that,
No,
the,
it's
with
the
the
company
fancy
out of
GIS.
Texas. And what they do is
Yeah,
they come
yeah.
in, they look at all of
Yeah.
your demographics, all of your psychographics, and they tell you what types of business would most likely be successful in this area. Is that the type of information you're looking for?
I feel like that's like 3 or 5 steps down the road. To me, it's more just like, has anyone ever signed a land lease agreement without X, Y, and Z utilities within a quarter mile? Like, and if the answer is like, yeah, you're cool, or the answer is like, no, no one in the history of the US has ever like
They would sign a,
into a revenue generating land lease agreement unless the utilities are within 100 yards. Like, someone must just know that in their head.
well,
And we could pay them a little bit of money to write us a memo saying like what, you know, like what are the,
But I think that depends on what businesses would do well here, whether it is like storage or it is X, Y, and Z in this plan or
yeah.
consideration of infrastructure can accompany that conversation. Yeah,
so I can give you, Michael Scholl was the economic development for the city of Loveland. And he's since then gone out and he's done public work, like I just saw he was working with Craig Colorado on building employee housing and stuff. So he's been around a lot. And, you know, I mean, just a phone call to him might answer some of the questions for you. And he's gonna say, oh, nobody's gonna sign that agreement without saying, it's pending you doing these things to bring it out there, or I'm willing to do it.
Yeah. I mean, because to me, I'm sorry, I don't know, like, I just feel like, is that close enough? Or does it need to come to here? Like, to me, that,
it depends on if we're getting like a mom and pop down the street to relocate, or if we're talking about like a serious manufacturing.
Amazon.
yeah, okay, fair,
Like
yeah.
an Amazon delivery center, whatever.
And so
yeah,
that's why I think it
they
depends.
have more carrying capacity.
Yeah. I think that
Sure.
depends.
Just looking at BV's airport has that right outside, I don't know if the airport owned that land or the county did or whatever, but there's that construction facility for those modular houses.
Oh, where Fading
That's
West
what I
is.
Yes, Fading West is right outside
there.
the airport, and I can't imagine that that's not something that we could utilize up here, even maybe it's a Fading West operation. They're like, oh, it's easier and cheaper for us to produce them up there rather than truck them. I don't know what that
Yeah.
must look like, but
And they have,
that could be an option for us, like, especially with the housing type stuff.
Mhm.
yeah, they have several other.
BV
businesses
has
up there
it, so I
too.
mean, why couldn't we see that, this growth continues?
I don't think there's any reason that we couldn't, we just need to know what.
Would you call Michael Scholl? Is it Michael?
Yeah,
That was
I'll give you the phone number.
And Buxton and figure out.
Well, Jeff's talked to Buxton.
But Buxton has this like really, I don't know if they're gonna get into like the utility connections, but they'd be like, oh, you wanna put a pizza place in Leadville? Here are your existing competitors, here are what other, oh, it's a more artisanal pizza, like, you know, in the 5 neighboring counties, here are the successful artisanal pizzas and like what their business, you know, what's their demographics in their like delivery zone. Like, and so you can dig real deep in understanding like what's your potential customer base, you know, in populate, you know, so they have that for like every business that operates in the US. So like FedEx
You have to know what
facilities,
you
pizza
want.
places, a bar.
Well, they tell you what's gonna be successful there, and
Yeah,
they'll
it's
tell
like,
you,
why we
they'll
don't
tell
have a
you that
grocery
nobody's
store.
gonna move there if that's
Yeah.
what they find.
You can ask the questions both ways. You can be like, what successful businesses does a population with these characteristics support? Or will my artisanal pizza place be successful
Right.
in this demographic?
Yeah.
I don't think they get into like the next level of like, what building are you gonna put it in and does it have
No,
utilities?
they won't get that far.
That's fine though.
But yeah, I mean, you gotta look at it, like the airport business center in Aspen's all land lease. John McBride owned the whole place, and. he
Which
did-
is like what you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, and he did land
We let
leases
the
on
county
everything.
retain the land.
Then the question is what you're asking, and Kayla, what you're asking is, do I have to run the utilities to the lot line? Or
Yeah,
can I get an agreement, and if, once they sign it, I'll run it to the lot line? And your mom and pop operations are gonna say, I want everything there, I don't wanna have to do anything, I just wanna move there.
Mhm.
And maybe you have a mix of both.
You could structure your ground leases, looks extremely similar to the airport, we don't have all the, grant assurances to deal with. But it could be like, hey, and you don't have the term lengths either, you can make whatever terms you wanted, but if they build improvements on that, then there's a reversion clause that the county does take those assets at a certain point. You can lease those later to date.
Is your cost estimate based on this actual linear
Yes, this,
infrastructure work to the airport? Because by my eyeballing, it would be 50% more than that to get to the proposed B and C site.
I think we could go to the other map. Oh, there it is. So yes, it'd be roughly either coming straight across here to tie into, I guess the B would be about here and C's veneer. B's, I guess, takes up 2 of those. But yeah, I'd say it's probably at least probably, like you said, 50% lengthwise. Again, is it easier to follow the road and then stub the airport in? That's something I'd have to ask the engineers, which I can.
Yeah, might.
But like I said, I will have a plan that is best suited for the infrastructure to build a business park, and then that infrastructure, because we're doing that, it gets tied into the airport.
Yeah.
Because it's on the way.
so I think, I mean, my take is from this is like, for your RFP, I mean, I would like to add like 1 or 2 options that would better serve areas 1 and 2. But I think we need, I feel like we need a little bit of additional information that I don't think I don't think it's fair to put on you. I think it probably needs to be like a small consulting study to sort of, basically like a study to scope those additional options.
Sure.
Like how far down towards the number 1 there do you wanna run this thing?
Yeah.
I'll talk to my engineers, and, cause they do a lot of this stuff outside. I know they work with Michael on the public side, but they do a lot of development side as well.
Okay.
And see if I can't get, maybe a meeting or something that they can walk me through what the normal process is for, that they see at least. Maybe they're further down the chain, or at least they can direct me in a way that I can see where, like, hey, where's the starting line at? Cause right now it's
Yeah.
like I'm not sure, I don't think anybody in here is really sure, like, what's the first checkpoint? Like,
Our vision,
yeah, so like,
our list of.
and like you said, if we have a tree instead of a line, it gets all convoluted, the cart ends up in front of the horse. And things get messy, and we end up not getting this done like the last 20 years of planning that they've been trying to do this thing.
Yeah.
So I'll reach out to my engineers at Kimley Horn and see if they can't give me some guidance on where I should start to answer these questions that you guys wanna see.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think that would be really good.
yeah.
And then we can come back to the table and say like, okay, great, so now we've got those answered, here's what our next step is. And maybe it is putting in the infrastructure. Maybe that is the answer to what the next step is, I don't know, but I'd like to hear that from somebody to say like, well, typically you go through the process and then here's what happens, like.
It's just, it's like a developer saying, this is the process I would go through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're looking at it from the other side, and so, I mean, somewhere in my head, I got this thing that says, okay, if we're gonna spend 65 million on Justice Center, so we're gonna have debt on that, should we invest 10% of that, 6.5 million out of our reserves to create a revenue stream, that revenue stream will eventually subsidize the debt payments for the Justice Center?
No, and I'm totally on the same page as you, I just wanna make sure that the investment is in the right location.
Yeah, Yeah,
Like, are there
Yeah,
other
so-
county properties where like, hey, maybe we just do infrastructure to area A and then put infrastructure down by community field because there's more accessibility down there, I don't know, right?
So given the
Right,
capacity,
Greenfield could be a
yeah,
location.
given the staff capacity, like expertise and actual like hours in the day that we have with where EDC is at and where CPD is at, do you think like Ann and one or two folks from EDC can have a chat about like what this other study looks like, or
I don't,
is that gonna be too painful?
no, I don't think it'll be too painful, I just don't think that we have capacity in CP, unless like we do some extreme delegation of things to free up some time for Anne to have that conversation. I just think,
Yeah.
well, and maybe her time is swamped right now with Gateway just coming in and us just having that first hearing with them, and then the strong community stuff, I don't know if that's swallowing the bulk of her time, or like, I don't know, I just don't, I would hate to take away
Yeah.
staff time on some of those other things.
And if we're worried about timing, I think, again, back to like, I think we need to be very clear what it is we really want in those spaces or for those spaces. And we should just spend some time,
Making a list?
making a list and kind of doing that to give that better
Okay, yeah.
direction, rather than staff
Just gotta
going
look it
down the road that they think is the right path.
Yeah.
And it's misses the mark, perhaps.
Not to add any more confusion to this, but some of this is developing the hangar sites that we're looking at now. If we're not gonna move forward in a reasonable amount of time with infrastructure to the airport, we have to have some discussions about what that infrastructure piece for us at the airport looks like.
Sure.
In the interim.
It's the same thing Jeff said, like, what do they wanna see? And I think us is, we'll build the main, and then they can stub off from there. But we do have to solve the issue of, we'll have to put in another septic or tie into the current one, which I think is a little bit tough
Okay.
with the grade.
And where you wanna put those the new hangars in?
Yes,
Okay.
the fall's the wrong way, so we'd have to put in a lift station
lift
to go to
station.
the current septic.
Okay.
But my thinking was, and my engineers brought this up, is that what if we just build the sewer line out of those to the septic, and then, but that's already in line with the proposed sewer line for the future.
Okay.
So that way you just deactivate septic, hook up to this existing
To the
sewer
main.
line that's already there, and you're already ready to go. So it actually helps us kind of in the future. But those are pieces that I'll set up a meeting here in the next few weeks.
Okay.
Cause we'll have to figure out what we're gonna pay for on our side for infrastructure to those hangar sites.
So,
Okay.
yeah, so that's interesting, so if we don't greenlight this for construction in '24,
Yeah.
construction season, then we will have some other costs to make the hangar stuff work. So it's not like this or zero,
Yeah.
right? Okay, that's a good point. Thank
Which
you.
I would say, just to put in like a septic is not gonna be,
Cheap.
Yeah,
well, it's not gonna be cheap, but it's not gonna be in the magnitude of $1 million, thankfully.
Oh, that's true, I guess.
It'd be, we'd have to pay for the sewer line cost, which, if you didn't know this, 12 and 18 inch sewer line, plastic PVC sewer line is like $98 a foot.
Yeah, it's expensive right now.
I was like,
Just like, oh my god.
Every time we see some of that stuff in a garbage bin or.
It's a
like,
hundred- it's
I
a hundred
take a
and-
picture, I'm like, Sterling, do you want this?
It's $165 a foot installed.
1 foot though doesn't do much.
When they sent me that estimate last year, I was like, and I looked, they broke out all the pricing and everything
Yeah.
for the, and I was like, oh my god. It's just outrageous, like, we're at the point where I'm like, this is not gonna change, it's just how long does it take us to like re-baseline that this is normal, which just sucks, but.
yeah,
No, I know, I was thinking the same thing with the Justice Center costs today, like how long before it's just like, oh, this isn't a product of inflation anymore, like this is just your new baseline, right?
what
Because
things
when
cost.
Alan's talking about interest rates and like, oh, things will come down, I think they'll come down when it's established that like this is the new
Yeah.
base, right? Like
But they're
prices
already
aren't
not-
gonna decrease,
yeah,
yeah,
but municipal bonds aren't gonna come back down to like 2.25.
not in the
No,
next year.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that ship sailed
Yeah.
Yeah,
when it wasn't a very easy time to build,
yeah.
so.
So we'll work on some further direction
Yeah.
and a vision of sorts.
Like, we could start to make our list, right?
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
yeah. Let's do it.
and then you set up a meeting with your people to talk about,
Yeah, I'll figure out
okay,
where, like I said, where's the starting line?
yeah,
Like, we don't even care, what's the finish line right now, that's 100 miles down the road. Let's figure out the starting line and maybe the first few checkpoints,
yeah.
so that we
Move
know
in
what
the
we're
right
looking at.
direction.
Cause like I mentioned, and you guys aren't professionals in this realm, I'm not a professional in this realm, I don't know if anyone in this room is.
We talk a good game.
We most of us have a pretty good general understanding of how a lot of this stuff works, but again, I don't get paid to do this solely with my day,
Yeah,
so.
Yeah.
And they do, so I'll tap into that.
Mm-hmm.
But that helps me kind of get a plan going forward of what you wanna see from us, so.
cool,
And I am ready, like, if we get to a point, I have enough stuff from Kimley Horn that I could put an RFP together fairly quickly.
okay,
Okay.
sounds good. Thanks,
Josh.
Josh.
Thank you.
Can you just send us an update or schedule another work session?
I think we should schedule a follow-up after Josh has had time to talk to
Yeah, Jerry, my engineer, called me during the meeting.
Jerry Hulu.
Yeah, Jerry Halou. So I'll give him a call back and maybe we'll get started pretty quickly, but.
Can I say just one thing about natural gas? Like, so I wouldn't intend to die on the hill about like this stuff of this natural gas line. I mean, the issue is like, it's a stranded asset. Like, it's something you're gonna put money into that won't be used 20 years from now. Because it either becomes banned or too expensive or whatever. So, I mean, most of the new natural gas investment is gonna occur in the actual buildings that get built and their heating equipment. So that's the fight to fight if you don't want new natural gas.
Okay.
Because that's gonna be at least one, if not two orders of magnitude greater than the cost of this gas line,
Okay.
right? It's like all the new boilers and whatever the people
So we
put in.
could, in theory, say, we're not gonna put in a natural gas line, but we're gonna subsidize 40% of your heating costs for.
Well, you could, you could put in the
we'll-
natural gas and be like, hey, but we'll give you a tax credit because you are using green energy or
Well,
something along those lines. You could incentivize it.
I mean, you already see jurisdictions banning new natural gas appliances.
They're gonna have to do it anyway,
So
so.
our code could say that in 20 years.
Was
Our
the
Denver-
reasoning
Because
behind that
Denver's
just
already
because,
does.
Their land use code?
Yeah, you can't put new
Okay.
natural gas.
is the reasoning behind that just because of emissions?
Yeah.
But I mean, doesn't that just push emissions to the coal plant? 'Cause that's,
But you can make the electric grid go 100% renewable. You can't, like, so there is a feasible pathway to reducing emissions if you electrify buildings and heat. There's no way to make a boiler that runs on some combustible thing that you can never make better. Like, once you install a boiler on site, you can't, you've spent that money and you can't undo it. Whereas if you go electric, that building will get cleaner over its lifetime. Same with electric vehicles, like if you buy a diesel truck, it will burn diesel for its entire lifetime. If you buy an electric truck, it will get cleaner every year of its life.
Hopefully.
What's that?
As long as you don't use coal.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. But at least there's so yes, depending on political will and cost and all the things, but at least there's a technologically feasible path to doing that, and that is the direction that state law is going, and federal incentives, so, like, so for example, like, Excel told me they're spending 40 million on the natural gas lines for 2,000 people. Like, just do that math for a second. Like, you could, right, so you could have paid everyone, what, like $30,000 to electrify their homes for that same money.
It's like,
Could you-
what
could
the
you-
holy heck?
Could you electrify your whole house with $30,000, you think?
Depends on your house, but sure.
Yeah?
Like houses are much more, like I said, there's less air too, so houses are more feasible as electric goes.
Absolutely.
Especially with heat
Hangers,
pumps.
hangers are hard.
Yeah, when you have that big of a column of
Yep.
air, it becomes like, it's
Really hard
way
to-
different.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Cause
And you're
reheating, especially if a
opening-
door opens or
Yeah, you
something,
open a quarter of the.
it's a huge waste of money. So
Yeah.
with hangers, it's either like those radiant tubes you see
Yeah.
on the ceiling, those are probably the most efficient, and then radiant floor heat's the other best one.
Yeah.
I would say working in a hangar, radiant floor heat's amazing, cause the bottom, warms back
Yeah.
up quickly.
Right, right.
But, yeah, it's just not, right now, the method of heating those particular implements is currently gas is the most efficient way.
And-
Cause
and
resistive
that's-
heating through radiative resistive heating isn't really a
Yeah.
thing yet, so
Yeah.
they said
Yeah.
they figured it out.
Yeah.
But like, if you could, honestly, right now, the best play would be if we could build nuclear power plants and then we'd have unlimited energy, but
No.
they're not.
Claire's like, ugh.
Add a new chapter to your OEM.
Well, if they, see, Claire,
Hazard mitigation
No.
plan.
the first
No.
nuclear power plant they ever built, the US,
I think she
it was
said
built in
no.
Idaho that I found out. I went to, they had a great museum in Idaho.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
didn't know that, there's Idaho National Laboratories where they've done like all the nuclear stuff.
My dad worked there, yeah.
Yeah, it's super cool, but they have the first nuclear reactor they ever built. They made it in a way that they use sodium as a coolant, and it is incapable of melting down.
Wow.
But because the type of reactor it is, they would actually use, they would make more fuel than what they burned.
Huh.
But there was so they call it a breeder reactor, but because of legislation, and particularly a man named Al Gore, he's like, well, I don't want proliferation of this stuff, so they would actually make more plutonium than uranium they put into it. And, but then they're like, the problem is it's weapons grade plutonium. In the US, we don't use those reactors anymore, but there's other places in the world that use those reactors. But I thought that was fascinating, that we built, like, the first one we ever built was like perfect. And it was where first time they ever generated power off a nuclear, like I stood on top of the reactor and stuff, it was pretty cool. But I thought that was pretty neat. But it's honestly just legislation that's kind of limited us and like hamstrung us on nuclear development. And then the cost is just astronomical because of it.
Yeah. And the permit build finance.
Like they're building one in Georgia, it's taken them like cost overruns, it's taken them like 10 extra years just trying to get
Wow.
it through. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Just because of red tape, really. I did we went to this site and I read a lot about it after the fact because I was curious.
Huh? Want me to end it? Okay, we're done today. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.